Nga leo sa tolu lava te me a matali ai. Oi. Okay, moi kai ale piko la ngi o le sa pamal mal wai le ku ya nga kai mai langi. Makapu i le kapo ku po. Awale pa ia ma le malu le filifili ma le lave lave. Lele wai e ngai mauka. O pa ia mai lava i le sa le kui mangua. O lea sa ifo ai le sa ka ngaloa. Ai fa ifo le ala kawa i sa fai. O lea sa kawilo ai mangu filio malo mo pulku. Fai mai o pa ia o popo ala foi wo. O pa ia mai le amakanga se yo i le ngaka kulo. Au le ngai kai au wa ia le maka o fie le susuru o le la. Ua malama foi i o wa avi whira ua wai. Ua lau ia foi le sasala o le mos oi molonga ali. Ku maula ia o le viinga ma le whaafkai le kua. A wa lele o whaakasi le whikia ma le umele i lo mawhingalo. Ua mawhai ai o ngakako whaakasi i le ngei kai au. O le kai au pa ia, o le kai au mangingo, o le kai au le alofa ma le anga lei o le kua. Kulanga la ia pa ia o le kala le lei le whio ako o le sunga le kai kai saunginga. Sunga le whape vainga ko inga ia fo wale a siaka. E ua whaila mo e mawhio i o le kala le lei o lo ngā nui whepunga wai. I le ala alawhanga ma le ala alawhanga wase pai o Samoa, pai o le kala lei. Pai o Samoa, ia o le ka kia kuia whai o kai loko, wa pai ia mai le vau se yo o le whau vau. Pai o le kako whainga malo. A lele lo o fio mai le whaau o le kako whainga malo a kukuila mamua. Le fionga le kuwangsili. Ia pula li Nikola pula. O lo a fio foi le mauka maulunga le sui o le o fiso aonga i makanga lewa aonga i le mauka maulunga me lo fio ai le pleskenga le sengaki le ko whamangingo ia kua olo mana ia fuena o ia lea sa whare na furu ai le moko. Kai gange foi pa ia o le whonga whekalai ma le mauka sui. Leo wa kako whakasi e ngei kai au. Pa ia ma le mamalu o le au fia. Kupu mai e o le a kongu. Pa ia ma le mamalu o makua kai gange ia alo ma whangau. E ku waku le lima o le whakalofua ma le whakuru waku le ngei kai au. Su mai makalao mai lele ua mapu e pue ma mawalunga ai le ngei kai au. Ai karikongu le nganga o le a kako oi lumo le kua. Awa le amakaria o le kako po kalama e mala kuai le sunga le whaiwhia utoina, le sunga ia asiaka, ia awa le mataria o le tātou po kalama.
whātaoto e lua sifuru ma le lua o le whai upo e ono. O ro iai upu māsani o na tātou whaalongolongo iai e whātau i le tāu o le awa oina o le tangata po whanau a o ia le tama tu sa mō nāla. Ao ina matua e le to e tia e se ai o ia. Educate and train a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. It's a mandate, and it's a divine mandate from God for all parents, teachers, and aspects of our community and all communities in general to ensure and make sure we deliver this divine task, especially to our children. O le awa oina o tamaiti, o le finangalo pa ia leo le atua, o le me tau ono whai. O le au le talano atu o wai ese toful tangata malona i loa, e whātau i mo le mata upo le awa oina po le education. Tele aspects o le nei mea, tele direction ma, different people, different community, they have their own ideas, they have their own definitions, they have their own curriculum to accommodate what education is all about. So I am not going to say anything about education because you have your own ideas of what education is. But from a perspective of a whaifeau, because I am a whaifeau, from one point of view, from a whaifeau, e ese fo le definition so meo le awa oino o tangata. Not so much about the technicalities, not so much about federal grants or maisi lava maumea, with all due respect, nangai tāua. But from the perspective of Tuspaia, it's always about moral values. You read the Old Testament, all the way through even up to the New Testament. It speaks about ethical conducts and principles. So atala noi me tau wa onga i le vai fal Tuspaia. E muli lava tala noi nisi lava mea o le alau me maua mai ai pe fialu tamau ainga pe fialu tongi and so forth. The Bible is very direct when we talk about education. It speaks about moral principles and ethical values. Aisea, e tā aua i lea tua le mea na, wa ale leile whaavaino le mea na mua. Then we will have faithful teachers. Then we will have faithful directors. Then we don't have to worry about how to distribute money. Wa wale leo na whaavae, ese le leo Tuspaia, ese le poto Tuspaia. A tala noi le awa oino le tama ma le teine ma le tangata, e le mua i mua meo le teknolosi, even though o le mea na le wanga e le larolangi ma le trend. Ai mua lava ta au le finangalo le atua. Le awa oino le tangata ia wha maoni malofa. A wala a whai mako wana o le malo, ai wha maoni malofa. O values ta au na. Ia, o le fasili, oila na te tili wal melna, and that is $100 million question. Who's going to deliver that? Who's going to implement that? Who's going to see and make sure that moral values and principles are instilled within our educational system? Now you have the answer. O le talia a umal Tuspaia, mātua. Minga na upui o le whataoto. Parents, e muli lava ave lau tama oe o le whaia o ngal koris, Rose Vaughan ma le koris, po o whea lava, ma mai whau ma le. Al tala al Tuspaia, the first teachers e teaching al tamatiti, o tā ua. O le manuia lava le nao le ola awa oino whanau. o ina le math, o ina le ingilisi, o ina le isi ama o mea uma, o ina le ngangana, tātou mātua. Ia lofa mai le atua o te le o sau e la au ngatu ele o le asa. E na ono o tarusia ia lofa ngia le alili nei aso, ia maua ni whaasoa le lei, ia fau ma poupou wai, le mata upu le nei eselo na tā ua. Le angau i nei le whaalangolango i aile manuia o tutuila ma manu. O lautou ngā ruenga, maramātou ngā ruenga. Whau wai whanau a wale lumanai o Amerika Samoa. Manuia la wafionga le kovana ma le whainga malo. Manuia Rose Vaughan ma le kolisi, I'm so sorry Rose Vaughan, it was not deliberate. I look around and somehow I miss you, so I didn't. Ia manuia oile pelestele ma le kolisi ma le mamalu o le laumua. Ia ai maise o le nei pa ia lo whangia le atua ia manuia le nei aso. Ia manu tātou whaamoe, whaaftai le atua. Ina wai toe whawhanguina le atunu. I le fi le mua o lau a fio, wā la whai o mātou taitai. Taitai o le whainga mā loma ma tā ngā ruenga. Ma le mamalu a poto mai, wa mātou whemoli ma wai, i lo walofa ma lo wangari lei. Vi ia lo wangari lei, whaafitaia, lo whaamaoni. Mātou te talo i e fsoso ni mai le nei aso, au mai le mā whau manino, au mai le mā whau matala, au mai le mā whau poto, mātou te whewha soa i ai. So ni mai le nei mata upo sililo na tā ua. Ia mauani o mātou manatu le lei, a wale awa o ina o mātou whanau. Ia o la mātou talo lea, mā futa maia ma ta ina mea uma, iai umea uma i lo vi inga. O mātou leanga ma se ma whale tonu, ai maiso no mātou whatamala i le awa o ina o ta maiti, ma le tapena ina o le lumanai o le atunu, wha ngalo i mātou. Mātou uma, ai maise i mātou mātua, so ni mai i lo mātou wola whatamala, wha ngalo. I o la mātou talo lea, ia la lava ia te oe ke liso lo mātou wali, o lo mātou whaia onga sili, wa mātou talo atu ai. Amen. Thank you very much, Tase, whafteitele mo le avanoa.
Greetings and good morning.
Continuing on with our formalities, we'd like to invite onto the stage our first speaker of the day to officially open our Public Education Stakeholder Summit. We all want to follow the film, the Fascinator, my father, Dr. Mary Lawayas of the state, Mola Salmo.
O te taofi, o lea ua motu I le vasa le suinga ula na I le papa. O mai a foi ona pa o I papa ofo le lupe ala whai ali. Au sa tātou taulanga osi le atua o manu. Pe ona saunoa i ai lana au auna, le sunga toe ina, whawhengainga ia asiata. E whai mau tātou sui luma o le atua. Whaftai tele mo taulanga si tia, tauina ia whaafafonga i ova ilo tātou whaolo ma au atu. Ile nei tai au, ina ia tō manu, ai a le nei wha moe moe, vi ia le tua. Ai whai mai upua le atu nuu, a whaatama soa lii, tupu mātama lii, le ngā tai whale. Ai pua ea uma mawalulunga o le vasa. Ona whaapea leo upu, ua mamalu tua au mafua madu. Ai ata aseu i le atu tia manofo ia tia saa, ma tia longolongo. Ona whaapea lea, ua lilingo le tua vau. Le mamalu tau e lea wa whio mai. Lea wa whio mai le whionga, le whaao le whainga māloa tutuila ma manua. A wa whionga ko vansili, pula li ni ko lau pula. A whiwhio le fono whaitu la fono, i a whionga i senatoa, ta mao le atunu. Ma whionga i a li i whaipule whiwhilia o tu mālo taitasi. Tai nane le vaenga o whaamasinonga. E le vaea fo i le whala o oto, i le awhio mai o le au whainga aluenga totofi a le atua. Ai mai se le au whai pisinisi ma le au whai oa. Ma le mamalo le atu nuu, ua mawhai o na whaatasi mai le nei asu. O te whaatulou, ma whaata alofa atu, i lo o tau pa ia ma walunga ma lo o tau ma malu sau sau o. Le o tātou whelo ai nei le nei lau lau, ma le lau fie mai le atua. I lo o tau soifua langi mātafi. Ai a le whaatala u ula atu, o le matanga luenga o a onga, ma le wha moe moe o le so. I would like to warmly welcome and recognize our consultant from Denver, Colorado, Dr. Allison Leyland, who has been instrumental in supporting the American Samoa Department of Education on many important initiatives since 2024. Thank you for being part of our team. Your guidance with consolidated grants and continued support for ASDOE are truly appreciated. May God bless you abundantly. Once again, ta'alofa and welcome to American Samoa. Whai mai le manu lauti o le nei aso. Ia whau le whale I pou e tele. Our theme is Build a House with Many Posts, which leads us to a powerful Samoan proverb that captures the hearts of our mission. E le ole fale, a ole ano fale. To truly understand this vision, we look to the structure of our traditional fale Samoa. The foundation of the fale symbolizes the deep roots and firm grounding of Samoan culture and Christianity. Every lesson taught, every value shared, forms the solid base of which our students' lives are built. The post represents you, our community members, village leaders, business partners, and parents. Without strong, upright posts, the roof cannot withstand strong winds. You provide the strength and support that keep our education system standing. The tawalunga, or the roof, symbolizes our students. They are what we protect, what we prioritize, and the very reason the structure exists. When the foundation is level and the posts are strong, the roof provides safety and shelter for the future of our territory. On the other hand, when a post is weak, the roof begins to sag. And when the community is disengaged, the foundation starts to crack. Today is about bringing everyone's voices together. Our families, villages, communities, and government leaders, so that our plans truly reflects the needs and hopes of the students we serve. Our students are growing up in a rapidly changing world. They face new challenges, new opportunities, and higher expectations than ever before. To prepare them effectively, we must first understand their realities, academically, socially, culturally, and emotionally. This summit provides a critical opportunity for us to listen, learn, and engage in honest dialogue about where we are with data shared today and where we need to go. We need a total village approach. When we say education is everyone's business, we mean every business owner who mentors an intern, every parent who reads with their child, and every leader who prioritizes youth programs. Each plays a vital role in strengthening the anofali. It is not about the structure of the fali, but what is within the fali. The anofali, the leaders of tomorrow. I encourage each of you to engage fully in our sessions. Share your experiences, your concerns, and your hopes for our students. Your perspectives matter, and they will directly influence the direction of education in our territory for the next 5 years. The area surrounding the fale, the pai, symbolizes unity. One people, one community, one government. The Department of Education cannot do this alone. Together we can build a strategic plan that honors our culture, strengthens our schools, and prepares our students not just to graduate, but to succeed as lifelong learners, leaders, contributors to our community. Your presence here today reflects a shared commitment to the future of education in American Samoa, and most importantly, to the success of our children, because their success depends on the community working together. Thank you for your partnership, your commitment, and your belief in the power of education. O tau whaiwa lo filima, lufi lelei, o le a mawhai ai, o na mamanu whatiti o po ula ai, manuia, o whanau o ātai au. Manuia wha moe o le ne yaso. And God bless. Soifua.
Thank you.
Before I begin, I'd like to do a little exercise. I want to ask a question. Who is excited to be here today? Let's go, cut. That's not a very good pizza. Who is excited to be here today? Oi, if I'm on mic there. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe that's why you didn't clap so hard. All right. One more time. Who is excited to be here today? Okay. Very good. Tai lava. I'm going to continue to do a little exercise. When I raise or move my hand this way, I'd like the whole audience to lean toward this way. If I go this way, everybody lean that way. Okay, so follow my hand. Yeah, here we go. Those guys are leilunga oily lean. Yeah, come on. Yeah, sauluma. Alukua. Yeah, thank you very much. Now I know it's true what they say. You can tell a good speaker by the way he moves his audience. Yeah. I am very excited to be here. Very excited. O te mua no utufia I ulu tau. Awa ua maluta we ele pa ia o le tātou il nei asu. O tongo le malama nei saua, o ngā fōle ata o le tama, ina ua la lango whaatasi le nei whaatasinga e pei o le ngua ipu a sātu puā. Tā lolo la ia o pa ia, whaletala le lei, whapea fōi le mamanu whaale atu nu. Tau o whapea atu, ia, tu ia I whale o polo to whinga, ma a tātou tāma matua, ia matu la whale o la tō whawhaile lea upo le atunu. Au le neta e au ma le wha moe ma walunga o le vaenga wa oma, ia ese le matanga o fi o le au tū. Ua mai atu le tausanga mo mua le no fo inga, au le nei ua savali le vaenga lua. E ele tantununga o le nei whatauwa, o le vaenga wa oma, te vaenga o le education. It's the most important agency, po le vaenga o le malo. E leanga o le vaenga lea e o ina tātou whanau. O le ale tele se upu al nei whatauwa al nei tai au. O mātua, al vaenga lea whatasi ei fui a Parents Association, Teacher Association, o whai a onga, o tai, o vaenga o a onga, ma tātou umalawa, leo whai bisinisi. We are all in this together to help the Department of Education to teach and also to mold our children to what they will become, which is the future. Satusia launga inisio o le mātou staff. Au le fia launga ile launga lea. I want to speak from the heart. I want you to know the Department of Education ila fionga mai fau Director Taufte o tofia o ia ile nei vai tau ile no foinga ma o mapu. I also know that many of you here today through your formal education are much more qualified than some of us who don't have the highest degrees that you've attained. Now, it doesn't mean because of your higher formal education that you're the best leader. To me, what that means, you've accomplished your sacrifice, your low self-worth to be part of this education system. I believe, let me just tell you a little story. My father was born in 1909. He started his education in the Marist Brothers in Leone Elementary School. 10 years old, he went to first grade. After 8 years, so he became 18 years old. The next year he was 19. He started teaching. He was a teaching assistant to the same Marist Brothers School in Leone. A few years later, in 1928, that's when he became an assistant teacher. In 1930, 2 years later, he became the principal of Aloau Elementary School when he was only 21. In 1931, he became the principal in Amouli, Alau, and Tula. From 1932 to 33, he taught at Poya School in Pampang. From 1934, he was the principal in Fichiuta. In 1935 to 36, he was principal in Ilili. Now, I'm telling you this because in 1950, 1951, when the Department of Interior took over from the US Navy, he became superintendent of education. And then later on, after many years, in 1956, the year I was born, to 1958, he was assistant director of education. And then he went on to 1974, when he became the first director of education in American Samoa. And this is a person who didn't have any high school education. He was one of the first teachers in the high school of American Samoa, which later became Samoana. So why am I sharing this with you? It's not necessarily to honor who he was or he is, but to say that I grew up in a home where everything was about education. I remember looking up on his desk in 1974 when I graduated from Marist Brothers High School. There was a letter from Cardinal Pio Tawhinu writing to my father as the Director of Education in American Samoa saying, many of your students who graduate from your high school are going into the US military armed forces. What's going to happen when they all return? Especially if they're all going to be military people. So that's just a part of the letter I read. And I said to myself, I was a senior in high school at the time, wow, this is very interesting. We have a cardinal of the Catholic Church in the whole South Pacific. He is concerned about what the future of American Samoa. Now, I didn't analyze what he was talking about or what he was trying to tell my father. But I thought about it and I said, well, I suppose if I go into the military, at that time I was accepted also to go to the school of the Army. But I decided to accept a scholarship from the American Samoa Department of Education. Now, all of us who are here today, Tato Umana, I think this is the time, ya kemna vai e matofu no fo inga niva tin. E toi tolu tau sanga, ya uman no fo inga ma uampuru. Ya na toi alu fo tato palota 2028, elis fui fata usanga. A tu Simon Finangano letunu, o leo o fai atu. Pula is going to run again in 1928. Because I want, ya kea ulawa i whamanguyanga ngā mai le kua ia kea, le ka lengi ma leka mai, sei tulo. E taita ia ai le tātou atunu. Now, education is one of the key besides health, a tātou tangata anu. Now, it would be great if we begin to monitor tātou tamaitiao. Why don't we have nurses? Why in the hospital? Why do we have to bring nurses from outside? Or yesterday we had 2 doctors who finished school in Fiji, medical school. And we have 5 who are third year, 2 year, and a new student. And they were all women, not a single male who wants to be a doctor in the future. So I suppose the women are much smarter than men, which is a good thing. I think when our students reach 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, who wants to be what in the future? High school. Whatever they're going to do. Because we have prepared them. We monitor them, prepare them, so that when they get out of high school, whatever next step they're going to do, we'll prepare ka ko whanau. That's o le lui nga, leo o wakore, leo whiunga, an whatonu, man deputies mo tō malawa, whaiaona. So, o le si lea mata upu o te loe o whaitio e te lo whaipule, a tātou, i le vaenga education. E le anga le maintenance o aonga. Le anga le maintenance. Le lava, le le. Now, how can we improve the maintenance of the Department of Education? I think we do that by having very active PTAs, very active businesses that work together. Whatever programs the Department of Education, to me, that you're going to provide in the next 3 years or next 8 years or so, cater kako kamaiki, or monitor kako whangau. Inga i umai lai school, o levangai loa kamikiki me atwai. I think that's the key. Po umalako a onga koe whoki mai, kau kua. O mea ai lua la kau whai ele funga fo inga lea ma o mpu. Health, kako vaenga whalmai, vaenga le LBJ, public health, Medicaid, o le whongo, everything in ia maangaia ma le lei le health o kako education, I mean o kako kangaka. So I fu maloloi, longa lua, Department of Education. A le sea ngai su e mai inga luenga get economic development or economic growth. We have money, we have jobs. Ai le anga wha kako whangau. So the key, I just want to say this to you in a very humble way. Every morning for me, I am grateful, I thank God for the opportunity to be governor of American Samoa. I wake up every morning, after my prayers, I read my scriptures, I say to myself, what good will I do today for the people of American Samoa? Trust me, I'm not perfect. I read the social media this morning, just real quickly. A lot of people are complaining about the governor because I fired somebody not too long ago. Well, let me say this. Governor's not perfect. But I'm going to depend ilangan le kua ka ia il whainga ngā kakomano. So, na o whionga whatonu, Department of Education, o tō umalawalo ngā lua tātou mātua, business people, and everyone here, ma le nganga lotu maulalo. Let us get excited. Let us turn the page. Let us improve our education and love our kids, no matter what level. You know, it doesn't have to be ngau ka mai ki lelei ainga, po la vaenga ia whailako pisingisi. I sometimes am sad this last year with the graduations. Many of our scholarships go to the private schools. The private schools, but not so much in our public schools. So, le lui tau, let's all work together. The talo, a mai le tua, mawhawhaunga wha, toi hala le lei, a tātou mawhawhaunga. A wat whakoe moe, tele tātou atamai. I've been there, done that. I think people who fear God and are honest about what they do, manuia nā tātou atanu. Bal whalo tele, ia lofa le tua whamanuia mai, fufuanga omo nei aso, soi fua o i manuia.
Mole atule ngā whaatai, sa undoanga mātango whie, na whionga le kawana, ia a wā fōi le lo i tau mole ofisa wa onga.
Again, so we're nearly done with formalities. Again, thank you, Governor. Good morning again, everyone. Warm welcomes to everyone, and especially to our invited guests, presenters and speakers, whom are seated on this side. Hand for Tato stakeholders who will be later presenting. Everyone, your presence today reflects a collective commitment to our students and the future of American Samoa. Through shared dialogue, data, and collaboration, we aim to develop a portrait of a graduate, one that reflects the values, skills, and competencies our students need to succeed locally and globally. A quick run through of Tato Proklama Neyaso. We go through La Famumwal Tato panel, Tetanga Ifo Tato Proklama. We're gonna go into our panel, which is to discuss leadership perspectives. And then we go into data presentations from our different presenters. At this time, we'd like to invite onto the stage our moderators for the panel of leadership perspectives, a program director from the Teacher Quality Division of DOE, Dr. Kvzk Simanu. And our ASDOE Business Office Manager, Mr. Joseph Zodiaco. Zodiaco and Dr. Simanu will be the two moderators for our Leadership Perspectives panel.
Good morning. Good morning. I have the honor of presenting and acknowledging and recognizing our panelists for our first panel discussion, which is our Leadership Perspectives. I'm excited to introduce our first panelist, who is an exceptional leader grounded in both faith and education, Reverend Elder Fovale Asiata. Graduated from Kananafo Theological Seminary with a Diploma of Theology in the Pacific Theological College with a Bachelor's of Divinity and a Master's of Divinity. He has served American Samoa in numerous capacities, including his service as part of the American Samoa Department of Human Social Services, the American Samoa Department of Education, the Kananafo Theological Seminary, the American Samoa Community College, and the American Samoa Governor's Office. Most notably, as the chairman of the Board of Higher Education and the chairman of the Board of Samoan Language Commission. Reverend Elder Asiata is also a combat veteran, having served 2 deployments to Iraq during his time in the United States Army. Thank you so much for your service, Reverend. Currently, Reverend Elder Asiata is the church minister for the CCCAS at Matu'u and Whanganea, and has served there faithfully since 2009. How about another round of applause for our first panelist, Reverend Fovale Asiata.
For this morning, we have the Honorable Few John Sailor. He is a proud public servant who has poured so much into the community and the public school system. Few is an alumni of the University of Hawaii, where he graduated with his Bachelor's of Arts in Religious Studies with a minor in Mathematics and Master's of Education in Educational Leadership. Few is the current District 13 Full representative and House Education Committee Chairman who formerly served the American Samoa Department of Education for over 30 years in a multitude of capacities, as well as the former Governor's Office Chief of Staff. Additionally, Few serves the community diligently through his leadership as the Taitafono for the CCCAS Church in Leone. With his wealth of experience and expertise, we are blessed to have Representative Sailua joining us today. Thank you.
I'm excited to also introduce our next panelist, the Executive Advisor for Education to the Governor of American Samoa, Mrs. Lorena Seu. Executive Advisor Seu graduated with her associate degree in early childhood education from Shabbat Community College, completed a blended bachelor's degree in early childhood education, special education, and elementary education from BYU, Idaho. She also received her Master's of Education in Education Leadership from Harvard University. As a mother, the PTA President for Papaiai Elementary School, PTA Vice President for Tafuna High School, the Education Advisor to the Governor, and as an individual, Lorena loves education and believes in community and collaboration to support our students' success. How about another round of applause for our third panelist?
We are fortunate to invite a former director of the Department of Education as a panelist this morning. Waitinasa, Dr. Salu Hunkin previously served as a teacher certification board member and was also a graduate assistant with the University of Hawaii under Dr. Brown, who was instrumental in bringing the teacher education program to the American Samoa Community College so that educators had the opportunity to learn from experienced professors here at home. Thank you, Dr. Hunkin, for your time and service. How about a big round of applause for our former guest?
Our fifth and final panelist represents the private sector. Please help me welcome on stage Sharon Lober Soliai, General Manager of GAC Reed and Waimali Company. Our panelist is the General Manager of GAC Reed. Her leadership role with GAC Reed, Mrs. Lober dedicates her time to community service through her work with the Rotary Club, of which she served formerly as Rotary Club President. Former Scopa American Samoa Netball head coach. In these capacities and many others, Mrs. Soliai has been shown to be a capable advocate for community service endeavors in the youth. We are grateful for your presence today. How about another round of applause for our full panelists today? All right, as we get our panelists mic'd up. All right, once again, we thank you so much for being part of our Leadership Summit. Once again, my name is Joseph Zodiaco. I serve as the Business Office Manager for ASDOE, along with our My partner here today, Dr. Crystal Simanu. With the leadership perspectives, we're going to go right into it. We'll give Dr. Crystal the opening, and then we'll go through some of the questions. Velo leo e whai masui o le neimtanga luenga, la tam whaise tātou whatatanuanga nei tūla a wale. E moe fwoi ni mawhawhanga lei a wale tam whainga fwoi o nei summit po nei prokalama neimtanga luenga. La tu atu lawa noi le sunga fo mai, ia a wale pafsi ni tai au.
Thank you again for being part of our leadership panel this morning. Your perspectives on the role of education and what it had on your preparation to be an impactful leader are valued and will help inform the development of our strategic plan. We have a couple of questions for you this morning. I'm going to ask one question and ask if everybody could please take a moment to answer. If you could go back and say something to one of your teachers, what would you say? Let me repeat. If you could go back and say something to one of your former teachers, what would you say?
I'm going to treat this as a pageant. Lakud whaparangi koe laku matakako ngana. Ia. A whai e mawhai ona e toi fo I tua, mawhai atu se tala I se tasi o whai a onga. O le ala e tala la e whaasoa atu I se whai a onga sa o ina oe I lo o langa o.
Well, going back is a long journey. My family was one of the 1,000 families that exited out of Samoa in 1952. My father joined the Navy as many young Samoan men who were part of the Kvzk Tv. I won't take too much time, I promise. And our young men then and young fathers then joined either the Marine Corps or the Navy. And they went to get their basic training in Hawaii. A few months after, their wives and children who were still here got on the cargo ship called Jackson, USS Jackson cargo ship. Not an ocean liner, a cargo ship. Put 1,000 women and their children to meet up with their husbands in Hawaii. We were one of those families. Yeah, the question is, what do I remember about my teacher? Ela kuingele no sema. Ela kuingele mo po vai se kuoa. 5 years old. But that was me part of the school. The first school that my siblings and I went to was Pearl Harbor Elementary. Yeah, let me show you the experience. Everything was new. The lights, the homes, the cars, the food, the school. Jump in the bus, go to school. The teacher says, "Hi, what's your name?" "No." "Where are you from?" "Yes." Those are the only 2 English words that I knew. 1952. I'm grateful for those teachers who were patient, knowing that we were immigrants to Hawaii, to take time to help us learn how to bring your lunch in a lunch pail. You didn't have cafeterias in those days. How to sit down properly in a chair, to ask if you have to go to the restroom. So my answer to that, we were fortunate enough, I was fortunate enough to have a teacher who understood my predicament, that I needed to be socialized, educated, and loved. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Just to refresh for our next panelists, if you want to jump in. Once again, if you could go back and say something to one of your teachers, what would you say?
Same question? Okay. Yeah, I thought about that this morning on my way here. I was trying to compare the difference between the teachers back then and the ones that we have today in relationship of what we are doing right now. I think all of us can testify that most of the teachers back then, they handwritten the lessons on the blackboard. They are the ones that firstly, they already there in the classroom. And I remember some great memories. The late Lale Jeremiah, he was just passed a few days ago. I was happened to be under his, when he visited our Valley College when I was a student back then. Few weeks, it was just only a temporary visit in and I still remember him as a great teacher. And I'm just wondering, maybe you lie, maybe your technology, but it has a great impact of my own upbringing as a person and as an individual, and it reflects in my youth when I went out into the world. I still remember what they taught us, especially the values and the morals. I said this morning, never give up, no matter what. I came all the way from up here to this island here, and then I married a woman from Kukuila. I attended the Nana 4 Theological School. I ended up being a chaplain in the military. It's all about how you raised by great teachers, I suppose. And of course, my own parents are the most great ones. Like the governor was saying, those were the early scholarship. My dad went to Fiji like in the 1940s. My mom went to New Zealand to study registered nurse. And so my home, the home that I grew up, like what the governor was saying, influenced us to learn and love learning and study hard and all that, like most of us. So, ngai whapupu, lelei o whaia onga yaso ia. Asaro kere o whaia onga lelei ngai yaso. Ka isi ai e le arofo le atua. A uma le pinko le po ia. Wape pusi le nauti lungo le blackboard. Aku ai whainga mangi leo rango ngā le aro e una whaafia ka pa i laro le rā. Wa whamanga no mai ak whaia onga. Ia manguia kere o kou.
Guys, so you're apologizing to your teachers. Our next panelist. Once again, the question is, what would you say to a teacher that has taught you in the past? If you had the chance to go back, what would you say to a teacher?
The first thing I would say to a former teacher, thank you very much. Starting from St. Teresa, all the sisters over there, going all the way to Atu, to the Marist brothers, and all the Fililas, and Natu Uwana Fayaonga e Mato, Neu Sam Nole Fiama Bovanai, Fitufa, Neguaia, my Malis, Iaona, Fituto, my Malis. Just a short history. When we went to Marist, catch the bus, one school bus from both sides. And that's like, yeah, to the waf, who ever can see it, see to the bay, to Laganana. For what? Just to be educated by those teachers. So it's only Talamu Muafaftai Dili, le ngatai whaiaonga nā o ina I mātou tātou umana. A whaiaonga o loo iai nei te tonu o tuawa. Thank you for your dedication. I know in those days they were teaching from the heart, not from the mind. But ne vai tau, ia o ese fui de Trent wānu iai. Last week we visited some school. We had a hearing with the Director of Education and her staff, Public Health, Governor, DOE needs a lot of attention. And that's the truth. The teachers cannot do their work in those kind of environment. You mentioned about what do we do with the maintenance. When I was in charge of the maintenance, we have a budget for supplies, for emergency supplies. For money. When I asked about all these problems that's going on, we don't have materials. Why don't you have materials? Now, if I tell you, the PR or PO or whatever, in more money, the cupping. It does. To say loud on to put the video the vital what they need help. But going back to the questions, that's the first thing I would say. I appreciate what you did for all of us. And my role for Maria to if I am uma and Missy to now in a tattoo umana faftai.
Le o whaalea lau sunga le whaipule. Ia, pe whaftai fo il maintenance na ia il nā vai tau. Ai la whaanga solo tātou panelists. E.A. Lorena?
I'm so grateful for Dr. Hunkin's remarks about her family leaving at that time. My grandparents too were in that same group and had left American Samoa, so I had the opportunity to be raised in the Bay Area. And when I was 5 years old, I went to kindergarten and my teacher's name was Mrs. Graves. And Mrs. Graves made me feel like $1,000,000. I walked into that classroom and I felt safe, I felt loved, and I felt like I could learn anything. And if I could talk to her today, I would say thank you. Thank you for helping to build a foundation and a love of education in my heart. That has helped me since I was 5 years old know that I wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to be an educator, and in all the work that I've done, I tried to emulate her example. And so I would say thank you for building that foundation for me.
Thank you so much. And once again, our question, if you could go back and say something to one of your teachers, what would you say?
Thank you. If I were to say something to my teacher, I would look back and say, thank you for choosing the career of being a teacher. It's not easy. And I say this because I am a product of the education system in Samoa, grew up in Samoa, Polo and Savai, and our teachers were very strict. And not only do I say thank you for taking up teaching, thank you for putting me on detention whenever I needed to be on detention because I was playing up now and then. It was all the things that they've done throughout my school that really they empowered and planted a seed of wanting to be better, of wanting to add value into life, building up our purposes in life, because from the private sector, when I have people who apply, I always see how can this or that person add value to this organization. So, going back to the teachers, and sadly, it was my first passion. I wanted to teach. But my father told me, do not teach. That is not your path. Now, I'm coming from a family, business family, and they want to get you to follow their path, where the money is. That's really what it was. So I finished Samoa College, full scholarship in New Zealand, studied technology, which is what my father wanted me to do, got my bachelor's. But the first year that I started school, I was still passionate. I still wanted to teach. I'm a science person. And I called my family and I said, you know, Mom, I'm going to switch. I'm going to do a bachelor in biology or chemistry, biochem, something like that. A month later, my mother called me and said, you know, things like that. And so I had to switch back to my degree. So going back to the teachers, just thank you so much for taking up that passion to teach, because the future of American Samoa is in your hands. So, and we wish you all the best. Thank you.
We still have, you can still fulfill that passion today. Maise application ngai ile. Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause for our panelists for our first round of questions? Due to time, we're going to quickly take this last question and sort of provide feedback to the work that's going to happen today. And the question is framed as one word. So you have to answer it in one word or one sentence. I know it's hard because this is a very important question. And Dr. Chris is going to give you guys the idea of what the question is.
All right, here we go. If we could only teach one skill to a student, what would that skill be? Again, if we could only teach one skill to a student, what would that skill be? In one word or one sentence?
In Samoan, yeah. Fai ena ole tasia simtata po se tomai ole lao wina mutfana ole ala e mtata po ala e tomai la e awaye. What is one skill that you would impart or teach our students today? So one.
But I can say more than one word, right? I would say the development of language through reading and speaking. Very critical, language. And in this case, in our case in Samoa, it's language, English and Samoa. English and Samoa.
I'm not so sure whether faithfulness and honesty and love is a skill. But I will say, if you ask me what one, I will say I will teach a student to be faithful and honest.
I don't think I can answer that question. Because there's such a level that we have to go through in order to identify what we need to teach. But if I would tell my students, first honor God, honor your parents, and honor your teachers. And everything's going to fall in. Like it says, it takes a village to teach a child. Thank you.
If I could share one word or one phrase, it would be to encourage our students to be inquisitive, keep exploring, ask the questions, and keep wanting to learn.
Well, the one word, which is really two words, is critical thinking. Just have an open mind, be able to adapt to the environments that they go in. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being part of our panel this morning. How about a big round of applause for our panel one?
Yeah. Ole ungana ole tato vaenga mua e whaftai atu sunga taitai o to whasoa nei tai au ia o la whaielinga ruenga limtanga ruenga ia mai se o a tātou paanga i nitai au, I le fausia lea o se whaatata o tama whanau o tātou atunu ula o I le whaunga pe apapea pasia tūlanga o tongi o le tātou education po malo. E toi avatou whaafitai. I know the time was really short, but you all, I know you guys went all the way back, had to dig in through years and years of experience of being an educator yourselves and being educated by the same system that is raising our children today. So on behalf of our director and our department, thank you so much. Yeah, ole ingana tato panelists, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Crystal. We'll bring on stage Dr. Bone.
Ia te whali must be feel pati a wale tātou pēna mua. Mōli atu le ngā whaaftai, tātou moderators, e mese le paia mo le malo o tātou panelist.
Famalulu atu, we're going to get into the next part of our summit. No break. We're going to get into data sharing, and we'd like to invite our first presenter from the Department of Commerce, Peter Ott Jr., the Assistant Chief of Statistics. Sunga Peter Otto. Yes, my Spatspatina Mole Viangal DOC, being led by Peter Ott and his team.
All of the information gathered today with our panelists, as well as our presentation, will be used to compile our 5-year strategic plan for the Department of Education. Mr. Peter Ott will present on the workforce trends.
And good morning. My name is Peter Ott Jr. Excuse my nervousness. I am from the Department of Commerce, and I am their Assistant Chief of Statistics. I was given the opportunity today to present on workforce trends in American Samoa by the Department of Education. Now, just to break the ice, as the governor did, I want to ask the students in this room, who here knows what they want to be in the future? Yeah? Can I get a raise of hands? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Well, my job in DOC is to look at numbers all day. It's not very exciting. But I'm not here to overwhelm you guys with numbers. I am here to tell you what the data tells us about the future of the workforce of American Samoa and what it doesn't tell us. Now, before I show any numbers, I just want to make it clear, this presentation describes workforce patterns and trends. It does not explain causes or guarantee individual outcomes. Okay, now we can look at some numbers. Current employment in American Samoa. When we think about current employment in American Samoa, we usually think of one or two places, whether that be working at McDonald's, Astica, ASPA, or even the canneries. However, when we look at this data, we can see that there are two major subgroups, that being the private sector and the general government. Now, the private sector in American Samoa is the single largest employer on island. However, if you combine all government agencies, ASTICA, ASPA, LBJ, and the general government, then the general government becomes the single largest employer on island. When we think about jobs in the government, we are thinking about long-term jobs. Think of your relative, auntie, uncle, who's been working in ASG for more than 20 years. These are the type of jobs we are talking about. I want to pause and clarify that this data shows us where people work in American Samoa. It does not specify their exact job title. So when you see categories like LBJ, that includes doctors, nurses, technicians, administrators, and analysts. Now, if we look at this chart, we can see that between the years 2024 and 2025, there was a decrease in employment in the general government. There was also a decrease in employment in ASCC. Does this mean there was a decrease in the total employment in American Samoa? No. If we go back a slide, we can see that there was an increase in the private sector employment. There was an increase in LBJ, there was an increase in cannery workers. It just means that people either moved to a different subset, but we can see that the total employment increased. Labor force census. So, census data is very important to us because it shows us long-term trends in American Samoa. So just a background, the census in American Samoa is taken every 10 years. This is why we only have data from 2010 and 2020, which means the next census will be taken 2030. Now, I don't want you to memorize all the numbers up here or the next slide. I just want you guys to remember that labor force participation between those years declined and unemployment increased. This shows us the importance of why we're here today, why American Samoa needs to plan its workforce in the future. Now, the workforce is aging, and that matters. Most of the workforce in American Samoa are between the ages of 30 to 54. That sounds about the average age to the average student, but we need to think about what's going to happen from 10 to 15 years from now. When these people step down or retire, those positions don't just disappear. They become vacant. Just like the posts in a fale, when one disappears, you need to replace it. And who's going to be replacing these positions? Hopefully, the students here today. Where are jobs concentrated in American Samoa? Jobs in American Samoa are not concentrated in the flashy job trends that we are used to with this new generation, such as social media influencers. They are more roles like administrators, managers, finance officers, and office professionals. When we think about these roles, we think about the backbone of American Samoa. These are the people that hold the island together. Now, skills students should be building. Now, like I said, what the data shows us is the type of skills you need to chase after to become successful in American Samoa. It does not tell you what jobs you should be chasing in American Samoa. Current employment or current employers today may ask questions like, can you communicate clearly? Can you organize information? Can you lead a team or can you support a team? Can you work with data? Can you make reports? And can you work with systems? Even a skill like, I'm pretty sure everybody here is familiar with Excel or has used Excel, even the students. Even being the best at using Excel in ASG or the private sector can make you a valuable asset in American Samoa. This is an important slide. Technical roles are undersupplied. Technical roles are definitely undersupplied in American Samoa. Roles as in IT, system support, trades, maintenance, engineering, and infrastructure. I like to mention that even though it's not on this slide, nurses, doctors, and technicians also fall into this category. If the students of today focus on building skills in these roles, your options in the future will expand. You place yourself in a smaller, less crowded talent pool, where your skills are very hard to replace. Why this matters. Now, at this point in my presentation, you are probably thinking, why does everything this guy is saying matter to me? Well, across almost every occupation, we see that there are fewer workers under the ages of 28, but many of them are over the ages of 55, and they are all in key roles in American Samoa. That means the workplaces in American Samoa rely heavily on experience. People who know how systems work because they've been here for a long time. When that knowledge isn't passed on, offices struggle, processes slow down. But we need to think that this will create opportunities. If you develop the right skills, you are not just rushing into random jobs. You are preparing yourself to take on this responsibility. Now, what will American Samoa need in the future? Based on what the data tells us, American Samoa will need people who understand systems, but also understand our culture. We need people who are responsible. We need data literate professionals who can read reports and analyze data. We need system builders, people who can modernize offices while maintaining the infrastructure. We need educators, we need trainers, and of course, we need the mentors that will prepare the next generation. Here's my final message I want to leave with everyone today. The data we see does not tell us that the future of American Samoa for the students are limited. It says that the future is open if you build the right skill sets. And if you do, American Samoa will need you. And they will not only need you, but the territory will depend on you to step into this responsibility. Let us build this house with many posts. Kvzk Tv.
Pasaya to Mr. Ott and also Mr. Director and Mrs. for DOC's presentation and contribution to the OE Summit this morning. We like our next call on to the stage, our next presenters, the Fiona President Lawane, Kolisi Tufatasi America Samoa, Dr. Rose Von Pato, Vice President Dr. Litupu Monano, Vice President Mr. Sunny Leomiti, and Mr. Tavela. The team from ASCC for their presentation. A round of applause for one more.
They will be presenting on the higher education trends. All of the information that you gathered from the presentation will be used to draft a 5-year plan on what the portrait of a graduate will look like for the next 5 years.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to present. We're going to try and keep it down to 15 minutes. I have with me my two vice presidents of academics, as well as our administrative vice president to assist me in the presentation. I'm going to go right into the presentation just so that we can use the time that is allotted to us. In your handout that was given, I believe that this may not be in there, but it is important for us, in order to be able to understand the trends that are present in higher education, we must also understand the history that comes with it. The college is now in its 56th year since its establishment back in 1970. It is important to know that when it started, the college did not offer degrees, it offered certificates. And as we have gone through the years and addressed the needs of the community, it opened to associate degrees and currently 1 bachelor's degree. We are looking at other trends, and the importance, or the very important thing to know, is that the college is the American Samoa Community College. It means that we address what is needed out there in the community. And I thank the previous presenter for looking at the trends in the job and workforce, because ASCC must look at both ends. We have to look at the trends from K to 12, as well as looking at what is there out there in the workforce. The mission of the college is also important to know, because as we go through implementing programs, implementing services that address the needs of the college, we must also understand that there is a mission that the college has. And the easiest thing to know about the mission is that we address the overall education at a higher institutional level, so that the students or those that walk into our doors can contribute to the well-being of American Samoa, to contribute to the well-being of American Samoa. Our college is an open admissions. That means we do not just have high school students that have graduated come in. We open admissions to all levels. You can also have a master's and a doctorate degree and come back and take courses here at the college. So it's at every level that we are open to admitting people into the college. It is also an accredited, and this is very important. Accreditation must be maintained, because without accreditation, we cannot say that we meet the standards of the US. So any student or anyone that graduates with a certificate of proficiency or a degree is able to say that we are at the US standard. And our courses and our programs can be transferred anywhere in the US because we are accredited. So accreditation is very important. Okay? The other thing to know about our mission is we address 4 areas in many different ways. And you can see this because by the time students leave ASCC, they become stars. Number 1, or S, stands for successful entry into the workforce. So preparation for students to enter into the workforce. Transferring the courses that have been taken here into other institutions of higher learning. Awareness of Samoan culture and the Pacific. This is very important. We can claim that we are unique because not only do our students walk out with being able to be prepared for the workforce, but our students also can say that they can transfer their courses, but they are aware of the Samoan culture and the Pacific region. And the last R stands for research and extension in human and natural resources. Many of our community organizations, agencies, departments, you name it, need research, need data to support what we can move forward on, such as trends. The research is very important, and extension out into the workforce and into every area of their future. So I talked about accreditation. It's also important to know that these are the standards that ASCC must maintain. 4 different standards and different substandards. I won't go through them. I believe you have them in your pamphlet, but this is what, whenever we are able to provide programs and services, we must also look at the 4 standards of accreditation, and we have to maintain this in order to continue with accreditation. Okay? So I want to walk you through the milestones of higher education, particularly here in American Samoa and at ASCC. We are able to follow and track our students and those who enter into the college at very different levels. I talked about open admissions. Open admissions means that they can enter at any level. They can enter first by taking a placement test, and we track where they're placed into the courses. We have courses that are pre-collegiate, meaning they're not yet at the college level, but you can take it at that point. And we have gateway courses. These are courses that prepare you for the college program level. We have program requirements, and then we also have graduation. And I will provide you with some of the graduation data. And then transfer and job placement. So if you look and you see, these milestones are where we track data, where we are able to say we have met our institutional set standards, and you can see percentages there. I'm not going to go over them, other than to say we set a standard, and then we have to see, have we met that standard? Okay? Have we met, if we expect 70% of our students to pass these developmental courses, at the end of the semester, did we meet it? And that's very important to know. It's outcomes. As a result of what we have done, what is the outcome? And so that's what these percentages are. Okay? So ASCC tracks all this data, and I won't give you a whole bunch. We have thousands and thousands of data sets, but this is important to know. Okay, so what's our future vision? What is it that we're aiming towards? ASCC is looking at 4-year bachelor programs. Currently, we have one. It's in teacher education. Okay, but because of the demands, because of the requests and the looking at data, we are looking towards moving towards 4 different areas. Business is a very, very important area. We can see by the data that was given, there's a lot in the private sector. There are a lot of needs out in the community for students to get into all areas of business. So we're working towards a bachelor's in business, in different areas of business. The other demand that we have seen through not only in the needs of the community, but in the Pacific region and even worldwide, is the need for our Samoan studies or Samoan language. Very high demand to get our courses, especially our language courses, online so that it can reach people throughout the world. So that's something we're looking at, is a bachelor's in Samoan studies. Nursing, we have heard the need for nurses. We hear that need, and we're looking towards a bachelor's degree in nursing, and then in general education. Why general education? Because general education is the foundation of every program. You have to have general ed requirements. English, math, social science, and so on. Another area that we have just been granted and we have been approved to offer distance education. Right now, the approval is just for teacher education certification. And thank you, DOE, for working with us to get that going. Very good numbers. In the past, we weren't able to offer a fully online certification program, but our current number right now for teachers that are taking certifications is 96. High number, thank you. Last semester, we had very few teachers taking courses here at ASCC, but I thank you for that support, DOE, for the enrollment in our distance ed online. And this is not only to reach those in Manua and Aunu'u, but it also is for those throughout the territory to be able to take courses. So we started and got approved for the 3 courses in teacher education, and we're working towards getting other programs and other courses approved. We are looking at, and this is important, some of the areas that we need to really work on are, and the high demand areas, as was mentioned earlier, in the technical fields. Okay? Certification in the technical fields, we need those that work with facilities, as was mentioned, the importance of maintenance. We need skilled maintenance workers, high demand. And so we are working on that. We currently have several programs for that. But this is also a very important thing here at ASCC, is that if we do not offer it, or if we do offer it, it's important that we establish an MOU with the different departments and agencies, because that says, this is what we need, this is what ASCC will offer, and we'll work together with you on that. So our MOU and partnerships are very vast. We have, I would say, almost every department that has some kind of MOU with us, as well as other partnerships with organizations. And then our other vision, which is already established, but we want to build on it, is our Pacific Center for Education. We currently have a Pacific Center in Human Security, but we want to expand it to the Pacific Center for Education, which will allow for training, which will allow for certification, a testing center, as well as a digital archive for artifacts, publications, and you name it. So this is our vision. And it's important to know the vision so you will know where we're headed and how we can address the needs and look at the trends. Okay. So one of the things that I know, DOE, you are working on it. This is one of the purposes for this summit, is for your 5-year plan. That's a requirement that all of us in education have. We have to have a plan, because we can't just go year by year trying to figure out what we're going to do. So currently our 5-year plan is on its last year. We will also be developing our new 5-year plan. But keep in mind, as I'm saying this, as you're developing your plan, keep in mind that you must also have something that backs up. If this is what you want to do, what's the cost of it? So we also have a total cost of ownership manual, which backs up. If we want to build a technical center, how much will that cost? If we want to add 2 more programs, how much will that cost? And so we call it the TCO. The TCO is very important, so don't forget that as you're planning, put a cost to what you're planning for, because without that, you may not be able to make it a reality. Okay, let's look at where we're headed. We are looking at a Samoan Studies. We've put it in, and I'm emphasizing it because I know there's people from all over, especially our governor is here. A Samoan Studies Institute, a 2-story building. We have put it in for CIP, for you name it, in every which way to seek funding. But this is a growing area. It is a need for us to look at publications, research, and extension. And without a new facility, it's very difficult to expand in our Samoan Studies. The other area is we're looking at a career technical education. Right over on the side of us here is our CTE, or our trades building. Very run down, it's been there for years. We tried, and we made an attempt a couple of years ago to work with DOE to see if we can get some kind of funding to build our trade center. It's still a need. It's huge. We have, the community has said over and over again, we need to have a career technical center. It is in our plan, it will be costly, but we know that this is something that we have to work towards to address the needs of our trades and our technical area. This is also something that we have worked for over 10 years to get a new gymnasium. Many of the high schools and the elementary schools have a gymnasium. Our college does not. And so we lean on the community to send our students out to use the gyms, to use the youth centers, because we do not have a gymnasium here. This gymnasium, we have proposed it through FEMA, ODAPM, you name it, to try and get this gymnasium up, because ASCC needs it for our, of course, for our PE programs, but we also know that the community uses this as a disaster and shelter relief during disaster time. And also, this is a safe zone, so everybody comes here during tsunamis and so on. So that's our plan for a gymnasium. Okay, just a few highlights, and this will end the presentation. I wanted to show you that we have done significant outreach, and one of the things we are working very closely with DOE on is our strengthening institutional programs, or our pre-apprenticeship. I want to show you the numbers. This is just since 2024, summer of 2024. We have had 400 high school juniors and seniors come in for pre-apprenticeship. Why is this important? Because pre-apprenticeship walks them into the trades and the career technical areas. And thanks to this grant that we have, which will be ending this semester, we have been able to have 400 students from DOE who are very interested in the trades. That's a very good sign. We have outreach services. If you can see, our numbers towards a bachelor's in education are very low. We need to push our teachers, those with associate degrees, work towards a bachelor's and work towards it here in American Samoa, ASCC. Those are our numbers for teacher education bachelors. Our dual enrollment, that has been a very, very successful program. Thank you, DOE, for your support in dual enrollment. It allows the seniors to come and take courses in English and math before they graduate. So when they come to ASCC, They're able to walk into ASCC at the college level. And this has been very successful with dual enrollment. I just want to go quickly over this, the apprenticeship, the trades and technical. You can see our numbers. They're very high because this happens after work, where those who are working can come and take and get certified and get certification in certain trades areas. So see the numbers. We consistently have about 200 that are working towards certification in the trades. Now this one here is important because this is my ending slide. I want you to see that every year we enroll 2,000 students, 2,000 people into ASCC. We are hoping that when they leave, they're able to walk out with degrees and certificates. Not all do, and that's not the path of every student, but 2,000 students. Okay, but this is at every level. My challenge to DOE is this. We don't have this data up here, but it is available. If you graduate every year 1,000 students, and yet only 300 come to ASCC directly after graduation, what's happening to the 700? That's the data we need to find, both DOE and ASCC. What's happening to 700 students that graduate from the high schools if only 300 come in here? Why we don't have the 300 here? It's because 300, this is the total enrollment. The total enrollment for every year. Okay? So that's a question to keep in mind. Where are these students going? 700 don't go into the military. 700 do not go into the workforce. But we need to know, where are they going? Okay. And just these, you have it in your pamphlet. This is the link if you want to find out any more data and be able to see some of the things that I have already presented to you. Please go to this site here. It will provide you with all the data. I also want to say, because I know this presentation is on trends, what are the trends of higher education? Currently, higher education, especially at the community college, is looking at what we call stackable degrees, that it doesn't just stop at one degree. When you get a degree, there's another level, but it's not just degrees. It's also certification, it's upgrading of skills, it's experience that needs to be considered. So what are the trends? Many students are coming to the colleges to seek certification, to seek upgrade in skills. So if that's the trend in higher education, what are we going to do as educators and as a community to support those trends, to get our students and those that come through the doors of ASCC to be able to walk out and be well prepared for the next level of education or walking into the workforce and be skilled and qualified to do so. So thank you, DOE, thank you, Director, for allowing ASCC to present. Okay. And then I was reminded to also highlight one of the highlights that we have. Currently, DOE has 2 MOUs with us for certification of teachers to teach the Samoan language that has been very successful. And DOE worked with ASCC now in order to be able to teach. You need to be certified to teach in certain areas, especially in the Samoan language. So that has really been growing each year. And it's a certificate of proficiency, meaning that it's recognized and you are able to use that certificate anywhere. The other thing is the certificate of proficiency in counseling. Thank you. Your counselors are now certified counselors. We have another cohort that's coming. Why is certification, or the COP, is important? Because it is recognized as the highest level of certification. And so DOE, you've moved us towards that level. Thank you. You now have certified counselors, certified teachers in the Samoan language. And then I wanted to end just to say thank you to everyone, the entire community. We received yesterday from our accrediting commission that they have approved of our midterm. That means that ASCC meets all the standards of accreditation. So that's a big accomplishment for ASCC. Thank you very much for allowing me to this time.
Rose Vaughn, male team for Fatofa Mao, male Tofa Manino for Ewa for Ine Mata Yao Be Ona Paso Maye to the Colisi to Fatasi. Yeah, in Natemi, we've done going over the job trends, ASCC's data. It is now time to present DOE. The Department of Education welcomes our summit, and we'd like to invite Deputy Dr. Salavea on behalf of DOE. A round of applause for Deputy and the presentation.
Thank you, Deputy. Now we've looked at the workforce trend, we look at the higher education, and now we're going to look at the global and the United States trend in education. And here with us to present this data, our consultant has helped the Department of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Allison Leyland.
Would help if I could turn it on. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say thank you for allowing me to be part of this incredible summit. It's exciting to see the Department of Education embrace bringing all the stakeholders together, sharing the data, and listening to you in terms of the needs. Especially, I want to say thank you to the students who are here. It's wonderful that you're participating in this. So what I'm going to do is share with you a little bit about the global and U.S. context, because I was glad to hear, first of all, the American Samoa workforce trends, and then your higher education trends, because I think you're going to see that you're right up there doing some great things moving forward. Oops. All right, this isn't working, so I'll just go back. Thank you. So a lot of this information comes from these publications. You do have a copy of this presentation on your folders, on your tables that you can refer to. And I encourage you to look at these. There's also a reference list that I've included so that you can go back to these references and take a look at them. Next slide. All right, so here's the good news, is that when you look globally at workforce trends between now and 2030, moving forward, even to 2035, this is what they're seeing. And this is from businesses, CEOs, and all of the predictors from some of the major research companies that look into future trends. The jobs that are going to be in higher demand will be your health, your aides, technicians, wellness people, STEM professionals because of technology, your health professionals, your managers, as well as your business or legal professions. What was really nice to see that when Peter shared his data, those are some of the areas that you all need. The ones that are really going to decline significantly is agriculture, food services, production, customer service, sales, and office workers. What's really critical is, and I know you've got current needs for some of these positions, is that these folks, as things become more automated, we're going to need to retrain them. So teachers and training folks and mentors, those are all going to be at high demand as we shift this in terms of that global picture. And I'm excited to see that you're right there. Next slide. Some of these changes are happening because of AI. On average, 50% of the work globally can be now done through automation. However, what we do know is that it will still be a human-centric focus in terms of work. They're not going to replace the humans. You still need that human interaction to be able to do these jobs. But we do need to retrain some folks. Go ahead. There is a shift in skills. And I've done this work and this research about 10 years ago, and we were seeing that the skills needed were really at some of the basic IT levels, basic functioning levels. What we're seeing now is technology skills are going to grow incredibly. Thank you, Community College, for looking at adding technology there. That's fabulous. We know that it's going to be some higher advanced data analysis and engineering. So not just understanding data, but doing that deep analysis. Social emotional skills, managing others, empathy, advanced communication and negotiation. We're seeing that is going to be such a high need. And unfortunately, this is a time where we're seeing a lot of the social emotional learning being cut to look at facilities and other kinds of needs. Higher cognitive skills. This is that the critical thinking, complex information processing. You have to look at rigor in your schools, and that's got to rise in order to have everyone have those early functional skills so you can push that critical thinking, push that complex information processing. That's going to be in high demand. And you're going to see a decline in basic cognitive. Basically, it's that data inputting, the low-level processing. That's going to start to go away as AI starts to automate things. And the physical and manual skills will start to decline. So think about, especially the youth here, think about the future, but also think about what the education system needs to make sure that those students are getting those skills. Next slide. Oops. All right, globally in terms of education skills, because I want you to see this, because you're making some progress where other places are not. Globally, you can take a look at the literacy and numeracy skills of adults have declined, continues to decline globally. We also see that access to education is increasing, but look at this, the learning quality is a concern. That goes back to teaching, bell to bell, using your instructional time, making sure that you have rigor, that you're following through, all of that stuff. We've got to make sure that we're addressing that. And again, we need to expand more opportunities, and I really liked what I heard from the community college. Go ahead. Now, in the United States, because again, we look at that United States standard, around 40% of fourth graders are working below the basic level in reading, the largest since 2012. A third of eighth graders are failing to hit the basic level. And in reading skills, students in both grades score about where they were in the early 1990s. There is a significant decline. I'm excited that you're going to hear your data because it may not be where you want it to be, but there's progress. and my work all around the United States, the Pacific region, the Caribbean, we're not seeing that. Go ahead. In math, 40% were working at the proficient or NAEP advanced levels. However, a quarter of the students tested did not reach that basic level. And our math scores are flat. They're not increasing. And this is the key thing. Only about 33% of 12th graders were deemed academically prepared for college math. Go ahead. And our science scores declining. What's interesting is that when you look at the future workforce, we need more folks in science, health science, health professionals, all of that. Technology, they really need that science and that math, and yet our skills are declining. What are the trends? What we're seeing is that AI is coming to the forefront. How many of you use AI? ChatGPT and all of that stuff, that's at the forefront. However, what we're finding is, across the board, we're not training staff on understanding AI and being able to use it. And therefore, we're not teaching our students how to do it and how to be critical consumers of AI, which is really key. The other thing is that we do not see a lot of folks starting with solid policy around the use of AI. And at the same time, only 90% of students say their teachers are taught them how to use AI, and kids are out there using it all the time. So we really need to build that capacity. Next slide. What's interesting is that districts and schools right now are scrambling to look at their policies and to figure out how to integrate all of this. However, we're starting to get research that's coming out and saying too much use of it is impeding students' higher cognitive ability. And that was one of the skills that we're going to need in the future. So we're starting to get some conflicting information, but that doesn't mean we can't use it. We've got to use it thoughtfully and in right situations. Go ahead. Again, they're trying to really look at frameworks and articulate those clear goals and provide training. Go ahead. So here's another trend, enrollment. This is our enrollment, and it is going down. 5% fewer students are expected to be enrolled in public schools in 2031 as compared to now. What happens with lower enrollment? You lose funding. Go ahead. What we've also seen in trends, and Edunomics Lab has a great resource where you can actually go and look at schools and districts and look at return on investment, is the idea that what we're seeing is that as our student enrollment drops, what's happening to our staffing? It's increasing. Are we being strategic about staffing and the use of staff? No. So that's one of the things that, as you look at the situation, you're going to have to think about this. Go ahead. Again, we encourage districts and schools to closely track your demographics, articulate the unique programs and qualities that you have, and have a strategic approach to communication to get your families back in your schools and keep them in your schools. Go ahead. Budget woes. Everybody? Yeah? We have budget woes. 71% of public schools administrators say federal funding is uncertain, and absolutely. Next week I'll be at the ESSA conference in Denver, Colorado, where the U.S. Department of Education is going to be talking about that. And the funding was held up when they were doing some changes at the administration. Relying on federal funding is really tenuous right now. So you've got to figure out your funding sources. $5.1 million was the average revenue loss of a school district with declining enrollment. Look at the money that we lose when we're not paying attention to enrollment and thinking outside the box in terms of bringing our families back in. 0 states are projected to increase funding. And again, our superintendents are saying we have inadequate funding, and I'll bet you everybody here will say we have inadequate education funding. So we've got to figure out how to get that funding back. Next. The other thing that's really interesting happening is that there are districts and schools and state departments that are looking at return on investment. This is an example of data. They took their they took a look at the 22-23 budgets of schools and then looked at their 23-24 results. Here's your budget. You're teaching them on that budget. What are those results? Are they learning any better? They're now starting to track that, which is really important because what we're seeing is those schools way up there in that upper corner, they're spending less but getting higher results. We want to know what they're doing. You've got some schools that are doing a really good job. We want to know what they're doing. We also have ones down here that are spending a lot of money and not getting results. We need to ask those questions. You need to look at that because that will give you key information on what to keep doing and what to not do. Go ahead. And again, lots of districts and schools are reconsidering their strategic priorities. I am so excited about being here and having you develop a 5-year strategic plan. At the same time, you're creating your new 3-year grant cycle because you're going to be able to align it. Listening to the voices, having this stakeholder meeting, and discussing what you want for the future of your students will help determine priorities. And we're going to have to really hone in on a few because I always say you can't do it all at the same time. So be strategic about that. Go ahead. And what I will say is that there's new concerns about a K-12 financial cliff. And we're seeing that cell efforts are now being used for capital improvement. Your funds are being switched. So you've got to really be very strategic about the funding that you have. Here's my key thing. You develop a plan and you leverage your funds for the plan. What we have been doing across the country is that we have been planning to spend. We get the money, how do we spend it? You got to shift that. And then there are the references. So I'm hoping that that kind of quick view of the global context will help you think a little bit as you're looking at your own data. Thank you. Be a rock star.
Dr. Ellison. Now to present the data for the American Southwest Department of Education, we have Deputy Director, Dr. Roxanne Salavera.
I have a request, please, MCs. Our audience and our invitees were sitting for a whole 2-3 hours. Can we give them a couple minutes just to stand and stretch, just for a minute or two? I don't want them falling asleep during my presentation. Famon mole. Go ahead and take a minute or two to stand up and stretch. Yes, we need to stretch from time to time. Okay, thank you, MCs. Okay, we could please take our seats. Thank you, I hope that felt better, made you feel more attentive. Okay. So I am here to present data stemming from 3 years back to today. And just like what our other presenters had shared, numbers are like words. They tell us a story. So DOE has a set of numbers that tells a story too. And it's a true story with true life characters. And our characters are our students from the public school system. Please bear with me. Okay, let's start with our youngest bunch, ECE students, early childhood education. These are our 3 to 4-year-old students. And I would just like to share that ECE is not required by law or mandated by law for our 3 and 4-year-olds to attend. It's an option if the parents decide to enroll them in this program. So as we keep in mind our 3 and 4-year-old students, this is actually the first time they'll step foot into a formal classroom. You need to understand the mindset of these 3 and 4-year-olds. It's a very new environment for them, so of course, they're gonna be afraid of what they see when they enter an ECE classroom. So with ECE, they not only look at trying to instill the academic part of the curriculum, they also look at the students' overall well-being, which includes social, mental, physical well-being all around. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. So if you see up here, we have a set of data from 22-23 school year. And these are our ECE students. If you look at the bottom, these are the areas that they're assessed on. You can see we have social, physical, language, cognitive, mathematics, and ELA, English Language Arts. And throughout the year, they are assessed 3 times a year. So that's why you have 3 lines. The first line is the first time they're assessed, second line, second time, and so forth. So these are the results of our 3 and 4-year-olds during the year 22 to 23. Okay, next slide, please. So if you notice, the bars are going up each time they are assessed. So progress, that goes to show that progress is being made throughout the school year. 24, 25, same thing. As long as you see progress, you know something is going well. Okay, we need to hone in on it, support it, and provide the necessary resources. Okay, thank you. Next. So moving on to our formal education years, kindergarten to 3rd grade. So a lot of mention that the foundation is very important. And we found out through research that these years is where the foundation is built, right? So the stronger the foundation, the more we can build upon so that students can gain that knowledge and skills and be comfortable in performing them. Next slide. Okay, so this is the data for K-3 early literacy initiative. This is the reading. We're trying to build a strong foundation in reading. Okay, so this is the data. Again, we're going 3 years back. Okay. So if you notice, the green bars are bigger, and these are the ratings for below benchmark. This is how our K-3 students are performing in terms of reading. The orange is they're at the benchmark. They're at the benchmark. And the higher, which is the bright yellow, is where they're proficient. So as we can see, we have a lot of work to do with those who are not reaching the benchmark. Next, so if you look at the years as it goes by, the percentage for the below benchmark is decreasing, and the orange and yellow areas reaching the benchmark, advancing the benchmark is increasing. Although not a lot, but it's some progress. So again, we know that this program is working for our K-3. Next, please. Standard-based assessment, SBA tests. A lot of our students here take it towards the end of the school year. And this is to assess where they stand in these areas. And we look at English language arts as well as mathematics. And these are the percentage. Again, exceed, meet the standards, approaching the standards, and students who are far behind. Okay. Again, ELA, year to year. So if you look at the colors, you know, when we see red, we're like, oh, danger, caution, right? Again, these are the areas that we need to focus more on. The yellow area, the students are at the basic level and so forth. Next slide. So again, pay attention to the bars, the numbers, the percentage. Again, this shows a trend where the below basic is decreasing, where the advanced levels is increasing, again, in small portions. But then again, we're making progress in these areas. So the students that are tested for SBA are 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 10th for English language arts. For math, 3, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 8th, and those who take geometry are also assessed. Okay. So this is our math overall. Again, if you pay attention to the numbers, it's a slow progress, but it's getting there. Okay. Don't forget, we have students with special abilities, our special education students, students with learning disabilities. They are also tested and assessed with the SBA. Okay. Oh, before I go on, can you go back to the slide that you just, about data? I wasn't going to include this because it wasn't supposed to be part of it, but I felt I needed to, because we all need to understand this, that testing is an important part of education. It must be done correctly, and we have to be data-driven. Data must not become a means to penalize for best results, but set the tone that it is a professional growth model to assist them with their preparation. When I say them, I'm talking about our students. Okay, thank you. Next. References. Next slide, please. As I was saying earlier, students with learning disabilities, we also test them. The next slide will show their performance data in English and math. Now you must be thinking, what about our students who are severe? Right? We have severe students with severe disabilities. We have an alternative assessment. If you look at the data at the bottom of the slide, these are our students. Okay, it's an assessment aligned to the SBA assessment that I showed earlier. Okay, so we have to also keep in mind that SPED students are our students too. Okay, we are not to separate them, but we are to include them. So students, when you go back to school, remind the student body, SPED students are students just like you. Okay, so pass the word on. Next slide, please. Secondary CAP data. Now, this program includes 2 programs. Advanced placement, which is available to our juniors and seniors at the high school, and dual enrollment, which is available to seniors to enroll in classes at the American Samoa Community College. I know President Pato mentioned that, but we also want to share some data on these 2 programs. Okay, going back 3 years, these are our numbers. Okay, so we also have to keep in mind, these are high school students taking college level courses. They not only gain that experience, but they can also earn college credits while they're still in high school. Okay. Next slide. This is our dual enrollment data for fall and spring semesters here at ASCC. I forgot to mention that advanced placement courses are offered at the school sites by trained and certified teachers. They also have to prepare as if they're teaching a college level course at the high schools. Okay, so again, this is our data going back 3 years. As you can see, numbers are going up, then it goes down and up. There's so many reasons behind that, but just know that there are opportunities for our high school students to go and participate to get this, to gain this college level experience before they actually become full-time college students. And also, if you notice, our high school students are passing college level courses, so they are earning credits. Thank you to secondary and all the high schools for encouraging our students to challenge themselves with college level courses. More numbers. So the percentage of our students passing is way higher than those who are unsuccessful. Again, due to many reasons, personal reasons. Okay. Thank you. Next slide, please. Again, just a visual of our students passing dual enrollment here at ASCC. Both in spring and fall. Okay. For students who are not planning to go to college and decide they want to go directly into the workforce, our CTE program also offers programs to help prepare them for entry-level positions according to their interests. I know DOC shared some great information for us to, to reference when we go into planning our strategic plan. Okay, so if you take a look, all these trades at the bottom, these are the trades that our students at New Olivo Tech, as well as some trade courses that are offered at a couple of our public high schools. So if you notice in orange, the students are assessed 2 ways, written and hands-on, the skill set. So in orange, you have the written assessment, and in yellow, you have the hands-on, the skills. So if you notice, the skill supersedes the written part. So what does that mean? We need to do better to help our students with their writing skills. Yes? Okay. Okay, so look at the percentages up here that passed. And not only does this program allow students to get certification to enter the workforce, this is a credential that they can use. And few of our students have succeeded in using these credentials to get an entry-level job. Not only that, but those who are interested in the business realm also receives college credits. So again, there are programs out there. We just need the students to take advantage of these programs, whether they plan for college or they want to go straight into the workforce. Okay, same thing. Our hands-on is more successful than our written in blue and hands-on in orange. Next slide, please. Okay, before I sit down, I just want to say that this story doesn't end here. It's to be continued. We need to include everyone in here, all our stakeholders. Thank you for coming, all our school leaders, staff, and especially our students. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for attention. God bless.
Can I ask a question? When this data that was shown, were these students monitoring? I really like the 40% earned test. Now, when they finish 12th grade, how does the scholarship board work with the Department of Education in getting the scholarships for the students based on their marks?
Thank you, Governor, for the question. I know with the scholarship board, they would have to sit down and discuss the requirements, because the requirements only includes an SAT and ACT score and your cumulative grade point average, and to be accepted at a accredited college or university, with exception to ASCC. We don't need a letter from if you're planning to attend ASCC.
Okay, so when these students go to outside universities beyond our college, when they graduate, is there a incentive for especially those who have scholarships to come back and work? For example, the doctors that went to Fiji for 6 years of their education, they come back and work at the hospital for 6 years. So my question is, do these students who get scholarships, when they graduate, does the government or the education department require them to come back and work for American Samoa for a few years?
So part of the scholarship agreement or contract includes that once they completed their degree program, they must return to American Samoa to serve, with exception if they have military duties or, yeah. But again, this is something for the scholarship board to discuss and maybe revise per your recommendation.
But I think we need to kind of sit down again and really look at the scholarship and how these students return to provide service to our government.
Tausanga bye-bye, ai tula ila pingol ko wana e mana mia na poeina sa tsoa sa mulana yoga ya ai tu mulia foi tula na fu pangole ne yaso ya se tula i lunga ole ro pu atu ta to kamera le lumo nei
Media from morning on stage, we're going to take a picture of everybody in the crowd. Yeah. All right, if we could have everybody stand, Papanmule, just from where you are at. Our media will be coming on stage to snap a quick photo of Education Summit this year. Can we put the screen up, Papanmule, real quick? Can we off the projector? Projection off, please. Cut projection. Papanmule lang. All right, everybody smile. DOE on three, DOE on three. 1, 2, 3. DOE. All right. Thank you so much.
Up next, we're bringing onto the stage Dr. Solomona Tusa-Matatele for our DOE technology data.
Taimalo of North. On my way up here, I was told that I have 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So I'm going to go off script a little bit over here and see. Since everybody would have got a chance to take a picture, can we I know everybody has a phone. Can you take out your phone, please? Take out your phone. Everybody, I don't see everybody. Take out your phone, please. Point it up here. Point it up here. On 3, take a shot. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Take. Okay, that's 1 minute. Okay, the beginning of this year, 2023, the Department of Education conducted a survey out in the school for the teachers, and the focus was on 4 main sections. First is how we use the technology in the classroom. Second was infrastructure reliability based on the internet. 3, the confidence and the comfort of the teachers in using those technology. And then the 4th one is the professional development. So, because of the time, we're not going to be able to do the whole survey, but we picked out the priority ones that we think that we should share those data with us today so we can have some moving forward as far as the technology goes. So the first one of the questions is, how is student technology time usually spent in your classroom? So interesting to find out that, look at the numbers, and then we have different answers. One was watching videos, emailing, meaning no email to, it's just reading emails. So that's 19% of teachers doing that. And then I want to skip before we go to the mix of consuming and creation is the second one, using creation. That is 13% of teachers doing that. Combination of both, 43% of teachers that are doing that. So if we look at reality, that's pretty good. Pretty good as far as technology, knowing that some that are available and some are not. Next slide, please. Which statement best describes the primary way technology is currently used in the classroom? 44% of teachers use only just to present lessons, like projectors. And using it as a substitution is 17%. Creating, like I said, designing and using it for lesson is 21%. And the last one is using for collaboration student-wise, 16%. Next slide. Do you have access to enough working device to meet your instructional goal? Yes, on a one-on-one basis, and they work well, that's 11%. Yes, but many devices are broken or slow, it's 29%. No, I have to share the cards, meaning they share the technology in the classroom, in the schools, 10%. And then no, we have very limited student access. That's a pretty big number. 48%. Moving forward. How reliable is the Wi-Fi internet in your specific classroom? Yeah, the number speaks for itself. Poor, 41%. Okay, meaning sometimes works, sometimes spin, row your boat. Yeah. And then excellent, 6% of teachers says it's excellent. Next slide from Mole. How would you rate your overall confidence in integrating technology in your daily instructions? Low, these are teachers that don't even bother to use technology, is 1.5%. Developing, using only just to record attendance and so forth, 11%. And proficient, it's 51%. And then expert using it for coaching is 6%. Next, what are the biggest things stopping you from using more technology in your lesson? And select the top 2. So looking at the data here, the top 2 will be lack of reliable hardware internet, meaning the internet is very slow, and meaning no equipment. And then the second one is the fear of the students' distractions going off task. Next, which specifically tool do you feel you need the most training on right now? So looking at the data, the most need lies in the subject-specific software that has to deal with math, science, and most of the subjects. So that's where the most need is at. And what is, next slide, what is the best way for you to learn a new technology tool? Preferred format. So the best way that a lot of the teachers, well, not a lot of the teachers, but the biggest number there, the data shows that most of the teachers that fill out the survey are comfortable with having just videos, self-paced, and on your own. That's 27%. And then learning using the tools that they learn is 24%. And next slide. Do we have a next slide? Okay. And that concludes my lesson for today. Thank you very much, Kvzk. Please email me my picture, Kvzk Mapalo.
Sunga foi for mai tuisa matele ya wale for sanga le tato technology. Just a reminder to all of our teachers, please take the survey. It's going to help us get the equipment out to your school for us to better serve you with technology.
So now you've seen the data on our students, technology, DOE plans. We now turn the time over. We invite this year's American Samoa Department of Education Territorial Teacher of the Year, Mr. Elisaya Mailo, to present on the teacher data.
God is good all the time. 2 months ago, I met with Fau and Dr. Crystal, and 2025 Tito and Michaela Sailua. Our topic of discussion was teacher empowerment. What does today's teacher in American Samoa feel like? And how can we empower our teachers to continue being teachers? So in order to get a glimpse of that, we conducted a survey, and over 300 of our local teachers responded, and today I'll be sharing the representation of this data aggregation, giving us insight on American Samoa teacher motivation, empowerment, burnout, and support. I'll also be asking you guys a few questions as well pertaining to the slides. Before I go any further, I personally want to thank all the teachers who took the time to represent us in this undertaking. I don't speak for myself, but for the many amazing colleagues who pour their hearts out every day into the wonderful work of teaching. This is our voice, and we'll work together to ensure that we take action to these results to make meaningful, systematic changes to empower all of us. With that, let's begin. All right. So, we asked the question on a scale from 1 to 5 as a teacher, please indicate your motivation level to do your best in the classroom. If you can't see, 1 is very motivated and 5 is unmotivated. Now, what I want you guys to do is raise your hand. We have students, our audience is mixed, so raise your hand, even if you're a student, a teacher, admin, support system, if you feel very motivated in your role as such. Very motivated. Yeah, got some very motivated. Okay, mostly motivated, raise your hand. Yeah, we got some mostly motivated teachers out there. Neutral.
somewhere in between, not really motivated, and unmotivated. I feel like some of us are kind of scared to respond here. These results that we're looking at, they underscore the importance of continued efforts. What we need to do is to maintain and strengthen teacher motivation. Any teacher can tell you today that motivation is crucial because when we're engaged or energized, we're more likely to deliver high quality instruction and thus positively impact student outcomes. The next question we asked was on teacher burnout. Are you currently burned out as a teacher? Please indicate below the level of burnout you are representing or experiencing, sorry. So one is, I'm not burned out, I am somewhat burned out, I am neutral, I am very burned out, I am completely burned out. Right? As we can see, the data shows that nearly 2/3 of our teachers are experiencing some burnout, some stress. They're uncertain about their level of burnout. But we also have a lot of teachers down here. 49 are very burned out, 15 are completely burned out. It's a significant concern for us, for our staff well-being and for retention, because when we address burnout proactively, not only does that promote teacher health and satisfaction, but it ensures that we are sustainable, right? When asked how it can be reduced, right? So these are the top 3 ways that we can reduce teacher burnout. The first, out of 300 plus teachers, the first thing was mental health days or wellness time. There's a need for structured opportunities to recharge. The second was stronger student behavior support. Now, a lot of teachers here can vouch for that. And the third, more respect for teacher voice and decision. Definitely, we want to make sure that we improve communication from leadership, leading to meaningful participation. The next question that was posed was, how effective do you feel you are as a teacher? We see some high marks there. Very effective, effective, somewhat effective, not really effective, and not effective. So I want to ask the same question to our audience. Yeah? In your roles as students, teachers, admin, support staff, who feels very effective? Yes, a lot of fast hands out there. Okay, who feels effective? I feel effective, but not very effective. Okay, I can see some hands. Somewhat effective. Okay, not really effective. Pastor, I think you're overly effective. Yeah, and then not effective. Yeah. The truth of this data reveals that there are a lot of teachers that we have that feel or perceive that they are effective. That's a good thing. While we still have some teachers that are still somewhat concerning, and there's room for improvement here. And it suggests that some of them struggle with confidence or... Yeah.
Not really effective, not effective. You know, the 17 and the 8%, you said 17% not really effective, 8% not effective. What I'm asking, olala o ise se me e proposing ngay la research le e fai students lang ngo foi la lo fai o ngay not effective.
Fartelo farsi ole fisidi de van bole fatau I fai o ole me o la ngona na tole effectiveness ala. Thank you. Yeah. And then so now we're looking at the results of what would help support teachers to be effective. Yeah? And the number one thing that, this is close to 300, so a high majority of teachers feel like we need more resources and supplies. Clap your hands, teachers. That's a yes. Technology and training support we also need a lot of that. That would help us, support us to make us feel that our jobs, more effective in our jobs, sorry. Yeah, and lastly, and really importantly, community and family engagement support. Being a teacher, we all know, it's an effort that takes students, staff, and the broader community, the community at large. The next question that we asked, do you feel empowered as a teacher? Majority of our teachers felt at least somewhat empowered, right? There's still room for improvement, but we can see that half or well over half of our teachers feel empowered, right? We have 76 of our teachers that feel neutral and 36 of our teachers that disagree. And they're an important group of teachers, but they somewhat feel like disempowered, right? Obviously, we need ongoing efforts to enhance empowerment in our schools today. When we asked what would help them feel more empowered, number one, recognition for growth and not just for results. Our teachers want to highlight the importance of valuing effort, the innovation that happens in the classroom, the development. Secondly, respect from students, parents, and leadership, indicating that supportive relationships are important to feeling effective and motivated. And lastly, strong school culture and morale, showing that the overall climate of the school shapes the way teachers feel confident and engaged. On a scale from 1 to 5, the next question was asked. Next slide, please. Loading. Okay. Well-being, right? So, on a scale from 1 to 5, where's your well-being at? Strongly disagree, number 1, and strongly agree, number 5. So I'm gonna ask the same question again. This is the last time I'm gonna engage you. How many of us strongly agree that our well-being is like well today? Strongly agree? Wow. Okay, so how many of us agree that our well-being is okay today? Ooh, we got one person. The results kind of match, right? How many of us are feeling neutral? Our well-being is, it's okay. Yeah, 6, 7. All right, disagree. How many of us disagree that our health is mental health, well-being? Yeah, we've got some shy people. And strongly disagree? Yes, you can be honest. This is a space for us to be honest. All right, so we're looking at the top 3 motivators. So majority of our teachers felt like what motivates us the most is when we step in the classroom and we see student growth, how successful they are, and that's what motivates us the most. The second thing that motivates us as teachers are positive relationships with students. Thirdly, professional growth opportunities. All right, we're gonna look at the next slide. And the next slide tells us what we can do to develop our teachers professionally to allow us to be more valuable in the classroom. The most staggering result was hands-on classroom strategies. We want to learn how to help our students to do more hands-on work. Student engagement techniques. The second, classroom technology integration. Leadership development, we need more opportunities to grow in our profession, and assessment and feedback strategies. And my last slide in closing is indicate the multiple interconnected factors that influence today's teachers every day. The question is, which factors most impact your experience at work? And these are the results. Student behavior and engagement is the top reason. We have administrative supports, how our leaders support us in our roles as teachers, colleague relationships, how well we're able to maintain good relationships with our colleagues, and parent and community support. because it takes a village, and of course, school results. To end, these findings suggest that improving teacher experiences requires a holistic approach. There's strategies to strengthen student engagement, bolster leadership, and peer support. And all of these contribute to teacher satisfaction, empowerment, and long-term retention. Thank you for my time.
Thank you again to our Territorial Teacher of the Year, Elisaya Mailo, for championing all the good things of our teacher profession. We invite onto the stage the Department of Health for their presentation under the leadership and guidance of Dr. Saipale Fuimono, and today we have Tara Lupelele Fiso for her presentation, the Assistant Director of the Behavioral Health Sciences from DOH. A round of applause for Awan Mole.
Ya mona fatalo fatu ya vature faftaitele ntanga lwenga onga mole ne ya noa wa au mai ile tanga lwenga soifuma no loina. Thank you everyone for hanging in there. We're going to take a couple of seconds, turn to the person on either side of your left or right, and say, "You are awesome," or "Sekia oe." Okay. Nice to see everyone can follow instructions very well. That is my presentation for today. I will try my best to the planning committee to get this done in 5 minutes. Thank you for inviting us to speak on mental health trends. I believe what I'm about to share with you is no secret. It's not unknown to all of you here as you face the challenges and the positives too of working with the children and our young minds every day. Next slide. So in gathering data on the US level, I looked up the Youth Risk Behavioral Survey conducted, or it's administered through CDC, the Centers for Disease Control. So these are the numbers on the US level in 2023. One of the statements I saw on the site was that we are in the midst of a youth mental health crisis. So as you can see, the numbers correlate with that. High numbers of children feeling sad or hopeless, electronically bullied, and seriously considered attempting suicide. And I just want to note, there are a lot of good data from the YRBS, so it was really hard to extract what I thought was most important to highlight today. But I know this aligns with a lot of the discussions we've had between our department and yours, and across the community about what we're seeing happening with our youth and amongst our youth today. Next slide. So what about the schools in American Samoa? Unfortunately, I could not come across the more recent YRBS data for American Samoa. I know I've heard it's out there for 2021 or 2023. So I'm bringing you 2013 data. However, it's very important for us to keep this in mind. The numbers in 2013 are very similar to the US numbers in 2023. And that says a lot about what we are experiencing here in our small island. So if we fast forward 12 years, 2025, our hope is that the numbers are lower. But we also know that there's a lot of alignment and correlations between what's happening in youth everywhere, right? So in 2013, I think it was around 2,000 students were surveyed, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, and those are the results. So 38% felt sad or hopeless, 23% seriously considered attempting suicide, 20% were electronically bullied. Next slide. So what are some other concerns when we talk about or think about mental health? And I think it's awesome and great that the Department of Education is hosting this summit and considering and really prioritizing mental health in your strategic plan. These are some of the concerns in looking at the data that I wanted to highlight, but there are many others as you review the data that's out there. So the top number is the 2023 US YRBS. The bottom number is our 2013 YRBS. So some of the other areas of concern when we're thinking about mental health across the youth and our students, a number of students who reported being bullied on school property, number of students who felt threatened or injured with a weapon on school property, and the number or percentage who felt unsafe going at school or on their way to school. So I think safety and violence among youth are some areas of concern that I would just want to put out there as you continue to work on your strategic plan and what we all can do together to combat those issues. I also wanted to highlight what I thought we all can relate to as educators, as community members, as parents. 75% or more students frequent social media use. Some of the downsides to that, as we all can attest to, right? It increases the prevalence of students being bullied, increases feelings of sadness and hopelessness, and increases suicide risk. And I think that's just because it's a generation and era of where a lot of the communication is happening through social media. So that's another area that we want to take a closer look at when we're working on our strategic plans across the board. Next slide. So I wanted to share some of the data from our services. I think when we're looking at trends, it's important also to see what's happening across the community and in the adult population. So 2024, 2025, at the Behavioral Health Clinic at the Tafuna Health Center, we service close to 400 patients, and these are the numbers. So I know we don't talk about mental health very often in our community, but it's present, it exists. We have members in our community who are suffering or experiencing mental illness and deal with that on a daily basis. But we do have cases of depression, schizophrenia, and other mood disorders on island. Next slide. If you can just click it one more time, there you go. Okay, these are the number of the types of issues that we service through our counseling program at DOH. And the second most prevalent issue are individuals who are experiencing a mental health condition and substance use disorder. So that's from 2023, 2024, and 2025. Next slide. Okay, so the positive things. Although there are prominent concerns, we are doing a lot on island to combat and really move people toward mental wellness and feeling good about themselves. Even though you all did not raise your hand when he asked how many of you feel mentally well, I know that there are a lot of positive factors across our environments, in your family environment, in your church environment, in your village environment, all the environments that you are part of, there are positive things happening in those environments. So I just wanted to highlight some of the things that is happening in our schools and across the community right now as our action toward change. Promoting mental health awareness in schools. We're seeing a lot more requests coming from schools all the time, every week, every month, for presentations on mental health. And I know it's not just DOH, you are utilizing other service providers, and I think that's awesome. Also, you are promoting access to needed services, making those referrals, making sure students are seeing specialists and the professionals that they need to see to speak about some of these issues. And number 3, promoting open communication and sharing. And I just been seeing that a lot across the different schools and just hearing a lot of young people talk, that there are more opportunities for them to communicate with educators and all of you who work at the schools. So mahalo lava to all of you for the work that you're doing to really encourage and promote mental wellness across all of our schools. Next slide. Steps forward. Thank you for the theme. I think it aligns very well with our last and final slide. Ole fale. So that it stands firmly. That's the same idea with this slide. All the hands reaching in, which you can't really see in the background. But as we work on these steps forward, we do it piece by piece, right? One hand in, all of our hands in, everyone working together. So some of the things that I would like to leave with in terms of mental health trends and how we can all continue to work on this together is ensuring a safe learning environment for everyone, not just students, but the same with teachers and all of you who work on in our school system. Ensuring supportive spaces for the youth to connect, and just maintaining collaboration and partnerships. So that is our contribution to the DOE Summit this year. Thank you again for the opportunity given to DOH.
For the wonderful presentation and contribution to today's summit.
Now, with all of our presentations put together from the different trends from the workforce with the Department of Commerce, higher education with ASCC, DOE and US DOE are consultant, and also with the mental health. I cannot emphasize more how important mental health is to our students. So now we're going to get into our group discussion. We're going to collect all of the data that you've heard from our panelists, from all of the presentations, and I would like to give the floor over to Dr. Allison to let you know what we're going to do into our groups discussion. Please, for all of our DOE personnel who are up in the balcony, please make your way down, join the groups, and also for our honored guests, if you get the chance, please visit the different discussion and see how they're using the data that has been presented today to begin to form the plan for what a graduate will look like within the next 5 years. Dr. Ellison?
You have heard all about this data. So now it's time for you to talk. Yay! So I'm going to give you the instructions for this activity. Then you're going to take a quick break and we're going to have lunch. But because we are spending federal funds for our lunch, we do need to have a working lunch. I want to make sure that I keep you in compliance. So, on your tables, you have two folders. One has a copy of a lot of the data that we shared. In fact, there are many more slides to the ASDOE data that we did not share due to time. What we want you to do is, before we get into, so what are we going to do for students? You've listened to data around workforce. You've listened to data around the teachers. You've listened to data around the students. Now it's time to look at that data and have a data discussion where you're going to look at this data and talk about it among yourselves. Ask each other questions. Dig deeper into the data, and you will come up with the 3 ahas from the data. Wow, this really stood out to us. Wow, this is a real priority based on the data. This is another one. This is a question we have. Maybe this is an idea of what you should include. Those are the things that you're going to discuss. And you have a facilitator at each table who's going to help you do that. What we'd like you to do is, the lunch is going to come and we're going to deliver lunch, but before lunch I want you to get up and stretch and walk and get fresh air, all that stuff. And then come back in 15 minutes, you're going to sit down and you'll start to look at the data. Your facilitators have questions to prompt you to get you to look at the data. It's so important that our stakeholders understand the data. And you can join us in using the data. Because when we use data to make decisions, the decisions are much more strategic. By the end of lunch, we would like each group to have identified the 3 priorities based on the data. Identify a question or 2 you might still have, And if you have a solution, identify that. At the end of lunch, we'll do a little bit of sharing, and then we're going to move using that data to help us inform what our vision is for our students going forward, for our graduates going forward. I just also want to mention there's a second folder on your table that talks about personal competencies. Those are the soft skills, the other skills that we know we're seeing more and more demand. And this afternoon, we're going to be using that in addition to your data to identify what skills and competencies we want all of our graduates to have in the future. Thank you so much for being patient. Thank you for your sitting. This is a time when you get to talk and mingle. So thank you so much. We look forward to hearing your ideas and your responses. Enjoy lunch.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Dr. Group 1, Assistant Director, Labor Day Autonoa. Teacher Quality, Dr. Group 1. Group 2, Assistant Director, DCI. Group number 3, Dr. Melanie Bono-Shua, for the Program Director of Chateau Elementary. Group 4, Assistant Director, Talasio Puresa. Group 5, Lesuma Jasper Tuya Sopo, Program Director of Chateau Community. Group 6, Program Director, Maria Tuato, Equity. Group 7, A.D. Valencia Soto of CTE. Group 8, Sunga Lafomai, Dali Tuisa Matatele Anga, Assistant Director, Secondary. Group 9, Assistant Director, Wendy Lotulele. Group 10, Program Director, June Sayuli. Group 11, Business Nafe A CFO, Alex Young. Group 12, Lesunga Assistant Director, Yanaya Tasha Atio, Community Office. Ya o tato group na, wa bai atu, pa molmole tala ifo se tasi o tato paenga, ya wale tato discussion. Wala watu be lungo tato balcony, malu fa ya onga, pule onga, tai ya onga se isuma ilaro nei, ya watu lango tato fasoa. Toi mole atu le mga whaptai, pa ia mole malo la fia, le sunga le whaipule, ia sailua, ale ngata whailea, le fionga ia tauilili, ia wale sumai matala mai, le nei aso, a wale so tau au molo fisa wa onga, mole tāpinganga mo alom whanau. Ia, o le anganga lava leo o te fia tau tua mo oe alo whanau. for those of you who was asking for the Wi-Fi password, yeah, o tātou Wi-Fi nai, mo o tātou whale nei. Ia, alo le pea tūlanga o le talanoanga po le whaasoa foi. Ia leo o taunu umai le tātou me tau mafa o le uli. Ia le mea lea la atu le wanoa le sunga le whawhengainga. Ia awa le taloino le mea aia.
Mātou walau ia te oilo mātou te male ni vaenga le aso. Ia le wha moe moe ta oto lo motu tutuila whalenga furu lo tere. Mātou te talo lau lauina fuolo alofa. Fua ia o ngā ruenga o mātou lima mātou te talo le tua i e whapaia mwhamanuia. Ia ia o whamanianga i lātou uma pa le wha moe moe si o mātou wāturu nei aso lo suafa Yesu. Amene.
great job with the collaboration and discussion going on. As you receive your lunch, we've already said grace. You may go ahead and enjoy your lunch at the same time and continue on with the discussion. Thank you. Yeah, the total and discussion. Now we're going to give each and every group, I want a representative to please rise and tell us your 3 priorities. Tell us your 3 priorities. We will start with group number 1. Your 3 priorities? Matasawa. Yes, the 3 data that you found as priorities.
For our group, I think the 3 priorities that we are looking at mainly focus on education. 1, the SBA data. We saw significant changes in the data where over the years students were either declining in certain literacy skills in ELA or that improved throughout the years. Another is the data for ASCC. I think the number one thing that stood out to us from the data is the 3 teachers who came back to ASCC and took their Bachelor's of Education here, which prompted the question that was asked the Dean. Why is it these are the only people coming here and going forth with their education? Where's the rest of everybody else? The last one is the mental health. We were seeing a lot of numbers about the students' well-being within the school community, which then prompts the question of what are we doing? As a school community, how are we going to address these numbers? That's the 3 that we were talking about in our groups. Thank you.
Again, 3 data points I shared. We're moving to our next group here. Group number 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe that from sharing the data from all the presentations, we were looking at encouraging DOE to build and empower on the college and career readiness to build the trade schools. More trade schools needs to be done. We have a student here in our table that is been very curious to find out what are the trade schools that are taking place that are offered over at Polytech, and yet the student, it's not offered in all other schools. Aside from those trade schools is to increase more CTE courses out in schools, because from the first presenter to the last presenter today, we have witnessed especially great table to the importance of the career readiness for all our students. Second priority from Group 2, addressing the gaps from ECE all the way through college. The learning gaps are for students, for those that are, especially we are in this side of the world, that English is our second language. And the third one is to increase the high school requirements for graduations to meet the demanding skills.
Thank you, Andy. We are now with Group 6.
Yeah, we started off with a lot of discussions from the data, and what we concluded is to supporting the career paths, or in the sense of more awareness for all the parents, perhaps even starting sharing information even in elementary, going into high school. Our second priority is, again, supporting what's already perhaps been mentioned with well-being, the increase of more support for the teachers, and then perhaps supporting the students and as well as parents. Our third priority, again, it stems from involvement. Yes, parents, you are involved in our PTA, you are involved in many roles in the schools, but we ask ourselves, how many parents are involved actually in the classrooms themselves, even in this early age, all the way until our students have graduated?
Moving to group number 3.
Okay, one of the first priorities we discussed was prioritizing and discussing more about mental health amongst our teachers and our students and how to better support there. Second priority, one common theme we saw across all the presentations, discuss technology. And so one of the greatest needs we heard from our educators here is connecting the internet, or making sure that our internet connectivity is working at 100%. And our third priority is greater collaboration between community, churches, and the school to have more support from the community within the schools, especially to address the challenges that our teachers are sharing, such as student behavior or needed resources within the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phil. Moving on to group number 11.
Thank you. So we're looking at the ASCC data. We're looking at the 700 kids. What can we do to get all of them? The second one is the mental health. We're looking at bullying. What we need to do to support to help to eliminate that in the schools. And then the teacher of the year data. Let's continue to help the teachers to continue for them to have passion to teach. Thank you.
Bravo. Moving to group number 4 here.
Hello everyone, my name is David Savai, representing Fa'itua High School. Yeah, I was picked by our table, on Mako table na aiki. I maalusi famous Mako table lang ang my si table si kagala mo district Mako. Alamo and Mako, we got our 3 ahas following what Dr. Allison says. So these are our 3 ahas that we discussed and we put to our table. Number 1 is the teacher survey by Mr. Elisaya, where he talked about the burnout of the teachers here in American Samoa. And what we have the question that we have in mind, refers to the question of Rev. Asiata is, what are you guys doing, or what are we doing, for these students that are falling under these teachers who are burnt out and who are less effective within the classrooms. And then the second one is the 2013 data by the DOH, where the representative from the DOH talked about that she shared the similarity of the 2023 and the 2013 data, but yet lack of still lack of data. That's 12, 13 years, and then yet we still haven't got any more updated data from the 2013. So, and the last one is also by the DOH is the bully. The question that remains there is, there's 75% every year. There's changes of percent of how many percent there's bullying, like 2024. 85%, 25, and so forth, and that the question yet remains the same. What are some of the solutions that can input within here to stop or to minus the amount or the percentage of bullying within the school campus? So those are our 3 ahas by our strong and famous group 5 type.
Thank you. Moving along, group number 7.
Talofa, everyone. This is the best table 7, because we have Deputy Todowski with us. And he's been writing down all our demands and our cries and all that stuff. So anyways, summarizing everything that was presented today. Number 1, teachers. We really need to find ways to recruit and retain teachers. Looking at our data, the small amount of numbers that we have about teachers. 2, we're looking for the 700 plus students that are missing from ASCC. Not everyone can afford the tuition. We have non-US citizens here, non-US nationals here. So What we want to do is bring CTE to the elementary level, open up the trade so they can start from their 6th, 7th, 8th level. Transition to high school, transition to the workforce, or continue to ASCC. Number 3, everybody talks about well-being. What are we doing about well-being? It's up to you. But I had asked Deputy Klodowski, once a month, ask DOH, LBJ, come to the schools and do all our checkup, because by the time we go to our appointments, clinics are closed. They don't open on Saturdays. What happens? We call out sick Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. El WAC, black mark ako nung the principal, mesin ako AD, if you so el kikilo balili, final mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm moving to group number 5.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, oleh saya pula kau kebab ay mayay. Oleh saya pula total anak ko priorities. Number 1, parents' involvement. Mia parang cala yung mga sa to bilang partner. Number 2, transportation. Kung mga ko ni kailangan makupiko na manua mole transportation wise need. Number 3, alignments for the data driven by the workforce and as well as DOE data. Kau nga go for atili, pay for alea, atilia, this for fangatana yeka for data. Our number 2 unanswered questions, on the data that getting our sound medicine ko public health. Don't go for atili this data. But this is 10 years ago. Go nga maybe 3 years now. Go nga yan kaya nga 5 time wala do team manua hey.
Thank you, Team Manua. Moving along. Group number 12.
Talafalava, my name is Michaela Sailua, and I'm a teacher at Leone High School. I'm the representative for the beautiful group number 12. Our first goal or priority for DOE is various pathways to education or the workforce. So this discussion came out of this idea that we're teaching kids to be college bound when a small percentage of our kids are actually opting to go to college. So what does that mean for our curriculum in high schools? Are we prepping these kids for the world outside of entering education? How can we, I know CTE is doing a great job of offering a few electives to help our students become workforce ready, but at the end of the day, these are electives. Bio electives are the side classes. It's not part of our main curriculum to encourage kids to enter the workforce. The second priority from our group is to build a bridge between ASCC and high school. I know a lot of these ASCC teachers can vouch for the fact that our kids our DOE kids are coming into ASCC, and a lot of them are being placed into CAP classes. So it's like catching them up before they can actually take the class that they're supposed to take. And that shows that there's a conversation that needs to be had between the high schools and ASCC to determine what kind of skills do these kids need to learn to succeed at ASCC. And by extension, we can do that for high schools to elementary as well. And then our last one is less reliance on tech. I know we live in a post-COVID world where we were pushing tech and we had to be online, but we're no longer in that world. And the reality is we don't have the connectivity to be fully online, to be assigning kids these Google Classroom assignments all the time, because it could be real, connect. So back to the basics is our recommendation, more textbooks. Thank you.
Moving to group number 10.
All right. Batia. Hey. All right. Greetings, everyone. My name is Tuma Fatal, and I'm from the High School of New Legal Tech, and I represent the group 10. So I'll make this very simple and very short, because as I was hearing the shares from other groups, I am hearing the same priority insights from them. So our first priority is the well-being, meaning the burnout of the teachers. And to add on to that, and attaching to that, we also have the students' mindset. We also have the students has a part to play into the teachers' burnout. And then our third priority is the opportunity. There are many opportunities out there, but it's harder for the students or harder for people to get it because of the language barrier, which is something we discussed in this group a lot. So we want to merge the culture we have to the global system. So, yeah.
Thank you. Before I move on to group number 8, I just want to recognize a group number 12, the speaker herself. She's our 2025 Territorial Teacher of the Year. And she competed in the National Teacher of the Year with 54 states and territories. Of all of those teachers, American Samoa was in the top 4 finalists. Congratulations to Michaela, congratulations to Patrick of Leon High School, and also Elisaya is going to make us proud this year. He's going to take it all the way. We are now in group number 8.
All right, bang, bang. 9 again. Wrong summit. Okay, I know we didn't make it this year, but that's okay. There's always next year for the quest for 6. It's still on. We're faithful. All right, this is group 8. We have some very, very intuitive members in our group. So it took us a long time to get through 3 questions. So apparently those are our priorities. So the first one that our group came up with was reading comprehension. I'm pretty sure this is a problem that we've all seen as educators. No matter how long you've been in the system, it's been there. The good news is we see progress. So what we do need to do from now on is to work together. This was mentioned already that we have strong PTA members in our group right now that are already doing great things in their schools, reaching out, helping out in the classroom, asking teachers what do they need, and all of these things are coming out of their pockets. We need more members of our community to act the same way in order for us to have we need really strong polls and very effective ones in order for our child to look successful and to be the gold student that we all are waiting for. So one of the things that our group brought up about the reading, something that would help with the reading, and these are opinions from educators from a long time up until the new generation that we have now. And one of the things that we talked about abundantly in this group is it needs to start from the homes. We need to learn our own language in order for us to be proficient in another, which brings back another a topic that we discussed years ago in a program that one of our former directors started for us a while ago, which is dual language. It is very important that we start teaching our kids using both languages. It's okay. Even if we're under the U.S. Department of Education, we know what works for our kids, and we have to stand by it. Okay, so that's one of our priorities. Our second priority is we were discussing extensively the post-secondary preparation. Our group was 6-7 when it came to post-secondary preparation. We were kind of, yeah, some said no, and some said, yeah, but somewhat. So there's still a need in order for us to help our kids make it to there. But again, it starts from the foundation, and then it needs to build up instead of passing the buck to somebody else. We can't be pointing fingers. We have to suck it up, and take charge. Take charge. Do what you can do while that kid is in your classroom. We have to work together. Again, community, our parents, us educators, we all have to work together
like what that group mentioned, there are so many opportunities that our kids are afforded nowadays that we never had when we were in school. While I'm on the subject, ASCC shared dual enrollment as one of the most successful programs. That's one of our college accelerated programs, NDOE. Just wanted to share, if you want more information because you have a child that is a student in elementary or high school, we have brochures in the back there that you can pick up. All the information is detailed, where you can find, where you can apply, where you can ask questions. It's all on the brochure on your way out, because I know we're over time. And then our third one is education, workforce trends, and the college. Our office worked very closely with the college, with the SIP that Dr. Osman was talking about, and it has been successful. So we have a project in our office, and it's called Success for All. That's what we titled our grants project. Now, Success for All would not be for all if we only focus on the kids that are college-driven, that have all the academic skills, and neglect the rest of the student population, which is more than half of our kids. We have to find other ways to reach out to all the other kids that are not necessarily textbook smart, but are trade smart. They're really good in trades. They need the skills that they need to build that career that are not afforded to them if we try to have them meet a GPA of 3.0 to get to college. We have SIP, that's another opportunity. And that is the goal we want for all of our students, to be successful. Success for all, which means 100% of DOE kids. Thank you.
Hello. Moving on to group number 9.
Came from where I was sitting here because I saw this gentleman by himself in a cold for women. So I thought I'd come here and rescue him. And now I'm in a real spot. We were talking in our family last night. We tried to do our scripture prayer. And the question that came up in our reading was Zion. What is the meaning of the word Zion? Siona. Siona is a people of one heart and one mind. O pou ia tau no i tātou lifa. Pou ia tau no le matua. O le pou ai. O le pou nu. O le pou ekalesia. O le pou a o onga. O le pou o le malo. O le pou lati na e o soifua malo. O le fale e whaanga pou ia o tutu ma losi whaatas e manuia mai umi e whaanga ina le ai. We didn't really delved into a lot of things, but we wanted to share those thoughts. That if we're going to solve problems here in Samoa, we're going to have to work together. Parents need training, or at least understand what teachers are teaching in the classroom. So you get the support. And have no idea what kids are. We got to get those poles together. The Department of Education and the college, and how to connect them. Is ECE, elementary, high school, kolisi. O yai so ongalele. Kolisi po taua, tauatele. I want to share with you that this summit, the issues you have brought up are no different than the summit we had almost 10 years ago. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where do we want to go? How are we going to get there? And when do we know we have reached successful? Tough time.
Thank you, Dr. Sally Hunkin. It's always a pleasure to have you among us educators as a former director, as the president of the college, as well as a former teacher. Group number 15. We have a student from Tarapuna High School.
Greetings in Talofa. My name is Salif Fuyawa and I am from Tarapuna High School. I am representing Group 15, and the 3 priorities my group has discussed was number 1, prioritize encouraging technical career readiness and pathways for schools and work. Not only to prepare them for school and work, but to prepare them to be ready physically, socially, and emotionally for when they adult and for their future. Second priority we discussed on was prioritizing collaboration between all stakeholders involved, especially the community involvement. Student education and student well-being does not only depend on us students, but it also depends on their teachers, their parents, their family. It is a team effort. It takes a village to raise a child. And lastly, our last priority was to prioritize social-emotional learning, for it is very important. Student mental health affects how we function and how we work in and out of school. So to prioritize focusing on, student mental health is very important and very needed and a very significant priority. Thank you.
Yep, malo sa ifua, benefit fala. Ole group sulfan ni ya o efengofi evame lava se fasoa. First priority ole alignment of ASDOE standards to ASCC's learning outcomes. Ofel mele ofel kong lava le cap le eni on fatu lan me ala yon le feona achieve to my tita my ASCC. So ole alignment now standards of ASDOE standards to ASCC's. Second one, CTE, ya peona fasoni sio o ole au mai le lalo le CTE tech trades introduce lalo le elementary. Le mfanga introduce of tomatiti lalo le 6, 7 and 8 pa pe nano mai luna high school fa wa o mai ile ACC, and then tech trainings. Pero sila fiere tu lang o yele AI mare data telfo ni lava ona on top ya teachers in a law ona matai tu ina vai nga ya o le to mai fo we ta mai ti le technology yo se fa so na fa tai
Tai ya o le tato group mulmuli nei o le group number 13.
Save the best for last. Talofa! My name is Dr. Jessica Fayupu, and I'm being represented by Group 13. At this summit, this is why they say great minds think alike, because everything that has been mentioned here is a summation of what we also came up with in regards to academics, in regards to CTE openings. But at the same moment, we also want to prioritize the opportunities for students to graduate from high school, go to school, and come back to have openings here in our government. We've heard about how our panelists have spoke about prioritizing opportunities for students when they come back. In order for that to happen, we have to build a memorandum of understanding between ASDOE and our Department of Human Resources to make sure that when we build these opportunities for students, that we don't hire on people. I mean, forgive me to say about saying this, but you're having people retire and then putting them on contract, where you can make these opportunities available for and keep them open for our students to go to school, gain the skill sets, come back and work for our government, and that way you have a retention of workers for the next 20 years. And of course, we also wanted to mention a recommendation to have distance learning. If you're having it for the teachers, and it's one of our recommendations,
if you're going to have distance learning for teachers in regards to certification, we also do request to have distance learning for students in Manua to be able to be part of this dual enrollment for ASCC. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to all of our groups. Without further ado, we're going to go right back on stage where the lovely Tuipasina Atina Monga is going to take over. All yours.
Moderators will proceed forward with our next panel on educators' perspectives. And here again are moderators Joey and Dr. Simon for our panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, hands up, hands down, hands up, hands on your head, hands on your shoulders, hands down. Thank you so much. We needed a stretch, but you had some very enlightening discussions. Thank you all so much for sharing. So, I'm very excited to introduce our panelists for this afternoon. Our first panelist is our very own Deputy Director of the DOE, Mr. Lance Glodowski. Mr. Glodowski has served close to 30 years in education, beginning with teaching 4th grade, but has taught 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, middle school, high school, and was part-time principal and only worked for Title I schools in Reno, Nevada. Thankfully, his years teaching at Title I schools afforded him many opportunities for professional development, mostly in literacy, to which he received his first of 2 master's degrees. The other was for administration and supervision, and for the last 9 years has taught in the teacher education department at ASCC until his switch to the ASCOE in March 2025 as Deputy Director of Student Services Support. How about a big hand for Deputy Glodowski?
Our next panelist is Administrative Representative. Please give a hand for Maxine Salazar. Maxine is from Falesa Elementary School, acting principal, proud alumni of Manuma High School, home of Senator. She graduated from the American Samoa Community College with her Associate Arts degree, from the University of Hawaii with her Bachelor of Education degree, from San Diego State University with her Master's of Education degree. She's acting principal now at Falesa. She's a humble educator with a heart and passion for students, teachers, and everyone at Falesa Elementary School. How about another round of applause for our second panelist, acting principal Maxine.
All right, for our teacher representative today, I'm excited to introduce Michaela Sailua, an English language arts teacher and department head at Leone High School. She graduated from the University of California, Los Angeles with her bachelor degree and the University of Hawaii Manoa with her master degree. Ms. Michaela was the 2025 American Samoa Teacher of the Year and our island's first National Teacher of the Year finalist. Michaela is passionate about helping students find their voices, teaching real-world skills, and using our Samoan language, culture, and community to make learning meaningful.
Our next panelist is a student representative from Palitua High School, Talai Chonuke. Talai exemplifies leadership both in the classroom and on the court. As student body president, she serves her peers while maintaining academic excellence as a member of National Honor Society and National Society of High School Scholars. She serves as the co-captain of the Palitua High School girl varsity volleyball team and a member of Messina Volleyball Club. Talai also serves as president of the local 3rd Ward Young Women Lower Class and is dedicated 4th year early morning seminary student. Reflecting her deep commitment to faith and community, looking ahead, she aspires to earn both academic and athletic scholarships to collegiate level, carrying forward the values of service, perseverance, and excellence that define her journey. We are pleased to have such amazing student representatives part of our campus today. How about another round of applause for Carlos Thomas?
And our next panelist comes to us from Leona Midkiff Elementary School, home of the Mighty Cubs. Mr. Tanuvasa Levaula is the current PTA president for Leona Midkiff, where his grandchildren currently attend, and has served the community in this capacity for the last 3 school years as he is an active advocate for the youth. Mr. Levaula owns multiple thriving businesses, including Night Hawk Restaurant, a laundromat, and a car rental company. What an amazing role model for our students. Thank you so much for your intentional support and advocacy for our children. How about a round of applause for our PTA president?
Once again, thank you so much for being part of our panelists today, our second round, and having the educator's perspective, being in the education system from the student level all the way up to administrators such as our deputy being part of our discussion today. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Crystal to fire our first question.
All right, our first question for today is, what is one of the greatest challenges facing students today? One more time. What is one of the greatest challenges facing students today?
For someone speaking panelists, wagi fa yung oma rufia nai ma tomensia apa nimata.
Testing, thank you. I'm very grateful that the Department of Health gave us some insight on mental health, suicide, depression, cyberbullying. So I'm not going to go into that, but I think instead I'll go towards time management for students. It's a full load onset from the time the student wakes up to the time the student comes home. Not knowing whether or not they're fed, whether or not they made it to school on time without factors such as bullying and whatnot, the time that they are between bell schedules, the time that they get home, the time that they face on social media, or how much time they're spent on social media, how much time they spent on their studies. I know in the Samoan culture, there's a lot of chores that take up space and time and effort. A lot of 4th, 5th grade students becoming the parents because parents are working. So time management, I believe, is one of the big challenges that students have in our schools today. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Since this question is about students, I'm going to popcorn it over to a student that's here today. Why don't you share with us what are the challenges that you as a student facing today?
Okay. Being a student in a generation where there's a lot of technology, I feel like that is one where students are not using technology wisely in the classroom, such as AI. AI should be used as a way of resource, not a way for students to misuse it in the classroom. During our roundtable discussion, one of the teachers had brought this up, saying that when they assign a student work, like a few minutes or like a day later, a student sent back the work they're already done. So I feel like that's a challenge that students are facing, is the misuse of AI, the misuse of technology, and just trying to be able to learn how to properly use AI in a generation of technology. Thank you.
Can I press you on one follow-up on your answer? Has a teacher taught you any skills about AI or how to use AI in classes?
No, but I feel like that should be something implemented into our schools, is to kind of teach the teachers how to teach students how to properly use AI in the classroom, so that students are able to figure out how to use it when it's in time of need, and not to misuse it, and then it doesn't help them to, you know, grow as a student and to grow for the future of our island. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, since we touched on teachers, I'm going to pop them over to our teacher representative here today. Should I go through the whole introduction? Share with us, what do you think students, the biggest challenges that students are facing today?
I want to piggyback on what Talai was talking about and how I start my school year. So I'll open ChatGPT and it'll be on my smartboard and I'll be like, do you guys know what this is? And the kids are going to be like, no, we've never heard of that. And then I just like tell them don't lie because I know they all use it. But I open my school year like that because I want them to know that teachers are, like, we're part of this world. We understand that AI is now a part of the world that we live in. But I think the challenge here is how do we teach kids how to use it ethically? There's a difference between typing the prompt that your teacher gave you and entering it into ChatGPT and then press enter, and then it's feeding you all these ideas and words you don't know how to pronounce, versus you putting your own ideas, making sure that you've thought about the prompt and then you're feeding ChatGPT what your ideas are. And instead of just copying and pasting, how can you make it into your own words? So I think there's a lot of, there's a training curve that needs to happen for teachers as well, because we're also new to this. But I think to your question on what's the biggest issue, I think the biggest issue is distraction. The students live in a world where the phone is a constant distraction, which is why shout out to Tafuna High School. I love the no cell phone policy, and I think more schools should adopt that. But they're constantly distracted. I could be talking to a student and then just face my back for like 2 minutes and then go furiaku. They're already scrolling. So how do we hone in the focus of our students to cater to this new world that we live in where distractions are everywhere?
Would you consider that a discipline issue?
Yeah, I would say it takes, I think teachers and schools need to decide what they want to do with cell phones because it's becoming more of a distraction than it is an asset in the classroom.
Thank you. Speaking about policies, the enforcer of those policies in the schools, principal, what say you about students' challenges?
Ia ona aulo whainga luinga lea o ngale titi o I te reo whalea sa. Ia e mako pe. E te rene whawhi tāu ni. E re kere pio mahinga lea. E re o iei se distraction. O ngā mako o lo e le policy. E sārke whongi ngā mako lea onga. O umanga kala ngoi mākua. Kala ngoi along whangau. E maua lolo cell phone I lea onga. Wa koe whikauia e malo cell phone pēr o ma lea onga. E saula lo ka māporo ki ngā, e piki lau cell phone. Ai le pūlangara e reu iai. O le whawhika hui ke lea māko, o le AI. Wa awea, māngaia e whaise policy a kako DOE. E ku une mele o le AI. Ia iei pūla phone. O ngā pūlangare wa e, wa plagiarize ka maiki me le AI. A mako le mea onga, pe lau su e ngā wal kuko classroom. I him whaikanga mani rea kuko I kuko la. ia e mako mea o ngā woka miki kopi o maa ia sau AI ia submit mai la i o mea o ngā ai lo lea ui e le o le ngango lea lau ka mai kiki wai maa sani o lau ka mai kiki o maa ngai mai le ngango le AI au mea o mai maa sani o ngā au mai e le o le mea o ngā ia i kulanga la ia i kaunga i kula whonga whakaki o le AI o lisi whakika au le mako wā o ngā ia o le mele o le puli e le o le puli whaingale e pule e laue ka maiki mako o lisi ka maiki i ole ia mako e le o ke kele i whawhika auri i o whawhika auri wawa au e ka usawa kua pe o mwhaso o kele i o pulo e le ngaka o le pulea onga e ke minge o ngolo o si ma e mako pulea onga o le vipi i ha koe counselor ia a makula e koe whai a onga ia a makula ka me kiki makua e le mixe le counselor ma le pulea o le sui pule pula ia o manga oke ia a kero ke miu a mai ia whaman mori e ngai ka me ki makala mo i e pio makua a wale whai a me lea e koe a mai o le officer ia la a vili lo ka mano ki maa o le ale me ngai sa we lea onga ia ka au me ka me kiki whakua o le mea la ngai kaunga e whaita ia kulanga ngai o ia mako wai masani u maa e le ngakau kongo lea onga ia o kongo foi o ainga ia o si o kalmo akura e a wha kulea onga kulanga foi ia o whapika uri foi o lo e mako i o le mako a onga whalea sao pai lava
Yeah, how about a round of applause for Whalea Sao? Yeah, now if a fonga suyo matua, yeah, tari mai oi loa I whaafita uli o lo whea ngai mwhana wa onga. O ani whaafita uli o ngonga I lo mai tau.
Nā lofa, whaafita uli whaatuara tairela tala noa tua. Nā whaafita uli mua o te tala noa ina I le hui mai tau. O le whaalonga. O le whaalonga a ta mai tisa moa I le hui mai tau. Ia o no tātou au te reo mātua ua whainirisi. Anai a lātou whana. Ar tātou lau langi lei Amerika Samoa. Anau atu leo o ta mai tima le lau langi lea awha. Ia nā lu awha ia rei tono a o. E ei whawhita uri o tūlai mai. Ili se o le whaongai na whaia o ngā ngana Ingirisi. Ia ma ave se fo I whaalonga ta mai tima. Ona lea o ngai ni isi asu. Ia le fu ia tātou te mai tau ina I whaaringa awe kungo pena te whailaka. A le whawhitau numero tasu o uloia uli I talu no wa ai tamati. Ana o mia tamati le attention o mātua. O lo wata ki tonu wha mātua I la ua ai. Ua lo ese tātou sa moa mai whawai le sa talu no I ai sunga whiwhi au. Tu lo, e ni so tātou nā mata mai ai fuspau ma le wai au wina ma le apo. Tātou te moni mau whatasi le mata mo fia o le alofa I whasino to e whatonu. Ai ono wa manosi tu la fono le o le e su meni sunga lo ia nei se la whasana. E le human rights e o le spoken right. E le tasa I whatonu. E sa ta ua tātou te maha kai au. A basic structure of the Petit Samoa. O tātou ave sea, ono le tūla whono al Pānaka. Al tūla whono al Samoa. Sā tani mai. A longa. A tau mawha mātua e nofo tama ma le teine I lalo ma le apawhana. Sei mai o tau mawha o na tau tala mai lea. E te iane le awa ina o poto o whasalau. Everybody jumps to the occasion. E watu rana sini e le tau sini mai pima. E sautana. Mai stasio te mai tai sa matala noa mai tauia. Nā watu nei Samoa e si iro na lima. Ai o watu ia tunuma mau. E si ia tunuma lima e tari me urusi. O le whale tonu nā leo te loe au ia. Pa whita au leo tātou whanawao. Whalonga. Tensions in our family. E stemi o tamana me pistek tamana rue. Malo tamana. Wa pia fwoi tina. Is fwoi na rue. Ai ila stemi o tina mo o lana tama. O telefoni. Da aloi. Te toi fwoi ma. E tai ko sfuru pora. E talo aloi telefoni. AIWIMM poa umatala. Yeah.
Yeah, that was our first question. Thank you for informing us on student challenges. Moving along, Dr. Crystal.
All right, so our second question for our panel today. What is one of the greatest challenges facing educators today? Again, what is one of the greatest challenges facing educators today?
Talofa again. There was also a slide about the teachers being overwhelmed. So I'm not going to start with the teacher being overwhelmed from the teacher survey that Elisaya Mailo shared with us. Instead, I'm going to tell you a little story to see if you can guess what this is. Last week early, I found myself in one of the island's elementary schools. And I walked up to the classroom. It was the 7th grade. And there were, I kid you not, probably anywhere from 55 to 70 students in this one room. So I asked the teacher, is this the norm? Do you normally have this many students? To which she said no. One of the teachers called in sick. And as is the norm in American Samoa, whether it's elementary or secondary, you split the classes. Am I correct? So I think one of the biggest needs that this territory needs is a substitute system for teachers. I also know that Director Tofitee, this is one of her visions in her 5-year strategic plan. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but it is going to happen. So we can alleviate some of the stresses that teachers have on a daily basis with situations like this. Okay, so that's my take on one of the challenges that we have for teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Yes, give it up for our substitution system. I'm going to give the floor over to our teacher that's on the panel today. This question is directed to a teacher. So I'll give you some leeway. I'll give you, I know you can't only name one, so I'll give you 3. Just give me 3. Give us 3 so that can inform our groups today about what you feel are 3 challenges that teachers are facing.
So first of all, I just want to say 100% we need a substitution system. Because sometimes more than one teacher is absent in a department, and then it means more doubling up. But other than that, I think one of the biggest problems that teachers are facing today, so in our conversations that I had with Elisaya and Fao and Dr. Crystal about the burnout that teachers are experiencing, I think part of that, and I can speak from my experience, comes from just the many hats that teachers have to wear. So, for example, I know there are teachers in here, including myself, who have coordinated WASP report writing, and I know all of you know what kind of undertaking that is. You have to engage the community, you have to engage the parents, you have to collect data for your school, and you're doing all of that and writing a 100-page report with a team, a small team. But you're also trying to deliver lessons, do grading, make sure you're following up on everything that you're needing to do on top of substituting and counseling and running a club and coaching a sport. So I think a lot of people don't realize that teachers don't just teach in the classroom. Teachers are a million other things for the school. And while that's a great thing, we're also only human, so it takes a toll on teachers. I would say the second thing is there's this huge push for, and I'm not I just want to make it clear I'm not anti-technology, but there's a huge push for us to integrate technology when we don't have the infrastructure in our schools to integrate them. And I'm not saying that we don't have enough resources. We definitely have enough laptops. Kids stole most of the chargers, so we need chargers for the laptops. But what I'm saying is the internet is the most important thing if we're going to be moving towards online, or at least partially online. But we can't do that without a stable internet connection, and I know everyone has said that in here.
Pick the last one, make it count.
And I would say the last one is we really need to send our teachers on all these professional developments that happen off island, right, teachers? So they can also get development off island and come back and be better teachers.
And once the internet is up, there's no need to travel, yeah?
I will.
All right, let's hear from our administrator before we bring it to our student representative.
O ka miki whare koru sipu, ia ko awa waira ia pule ha onga. Ia kulanga ele whai mo fi ma no whai a onga ko ngā ruenga, I kongo le poko a onga. Ia o ngai whawhika o leo whea ngai mai whai a onga. O le kere o ngā ruenga. Ele maka lesson plan, ka penga le poko, whai purkini, ia sa uma, e ia whai a onga whamaunga. Whamaungi ngā ruenga. Ai ar whai a onga mako I mongu, a mako I mga o mi ai whai a onga. O le mako wā onga, ua ku whaakasi leo senga lua ma leo senga koru. Ku whaakasi leo senga whama leo senga lima. Onga wa leo whai a onga. O le malamalama, po le mea wā langa risain whai a onga. Onga kere o ngā ruenga. Ai whaakai e a kako I e koe me whai a onga. Mā ngai e mga kua makela. E kere I o malama. Ngā whamai ai o wā e ngā ia. Au te reo wā ai mako whea o ngā mongua. O awe ni malanga. O le mea la ngā lea mako wha monguri. Se I awe ngai mako whea o ngā mongua. Ia se awe whakawhau o. Se whai ko I la ko wau ping. Ia man la ko wau nos wha mon mole se man wha tonu. Ia e whakai a.
Ayo. E lepe wha manino mai lo saunuanga. O malanga ia. O a me mo mai malanga ni o e malolo ai pe
mo bi o lo fai e America fa mo.
All right, on to our student representative. Share with us, do you see your teachers stress? What are the challenges that they face from your perspective as a student?
Thank you for the question. From my perspective, no, I'm not a teacher, but from how I see it, it is the workload of how much the teachers have. Not only are they teaching, are they substituting, are they having to clean their classrooms because of the lack of maintenance work, but as well as taking on clubs, being advisors for clubs, being advisors for classes, and many other jobs that they have to do in the classrooms. So I think that is one big challenge that educators are facing nowadays, and a huge shout out to all the teachers. You know, you guys are doing it. You guys are the best. Thank you.
For the student, I just have a quick follow-up. I just wanted to verify what Michaela said. Do you feel that if your teacher stopped working at 4 o'clock, that your education will be better off or no? Apa pe fa mutsa le tau tu fa ya o nga pe ata le fa ele leilo o nga pe ai.
If teachers would stop working at 4. I mean, it goes back to their well-being. You know, if they're having to work longer hours, it kind of cuts down hours that they have to prepare for their lesson plans and for them to, you know, get enough rest, for them to spend time with their families, their friends. You know, again, what Miss Michaela said is they're humans too. They have other lives too than teaching. So teachers, you know, teachers are humans. And again, if the teacher's well-being isn't good, who's going to be teaching us students, you know? So, yes, students' well-being is important, but so are teachers' well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Ka koe whiwhaia o ngā se. Ia, sa no ia te mā, ia o laso ia manatu po, so whaasofo I whawhitauri o ngangolo o whengai ma whaia o ngai tonu po tua o ngā.
Mo mōne ngā whawhitai whaia o ngā uma. Whawhitai ngā ruenga mai o mani tau tua o tātou whanau. O le wai ngā nei whali, auta. O whanau e ustai I whali. Ai o roi tono o potua o. Talo whae whaia o ngā ia te tau. O owa ai whawhitau I nā o tamitia o ngā e le usi ustai. I whaia o. Ai mai se lai lewo maururunga lewa a matau nā ria I mai fo nei vai tau. O tamitia o ngā ua lātou hui ina whaia o. O isi au whawhitau ni wa mauti noa ai le tau na toi fo I tua I peo sau noa le tama whai whiau tai au. Iawa o ngai tono le ai ngai trend mai hei ni a ngai mai ea o ngā. Ina ia whatu mauina le o lau sita. O whawhitau ni no na rua o lo whea ngai nei whai au ngā. O mātua le lava o sai o no tāpenanga fo ia whai au ngā. E te me o te ni ai tamaiti o no wani whaia mea ama. O tamaiti fo i o atu malatu tōni ngai whale e atu. I rea o matasu i ai tōninga. Ia ma whape nā lawa e tō tēni lata tō te sila piau malawa. Pei tai o re tūlanga e masane o no waia. A o te ni e pule a o ngam toi tūri te whale toi whai whale li mai lawa lawa. O lea manoa leo e tamaiti a o mata whao. Ta o lea ngai ngai lea tau whai ngā whai a onga. Ma lofa ia oga, whawhtei lau tō alofi lima, tau whai e lima lei nai whanau. Au te tonu e peo nā pautoina tātou le amatanga lako le yaso. O le fwoi lata tātā fwoi mātua ma whai aoga. Awa nei tu wairau ngā ruenga le le. Awa nei whai ina lo tau whai, o na ua whalonga tā whanau sa moa. Ai atu mau pēr tātou ngā nuu, o na tasi leo ngā nuu wā me sea tātou I nei mai tau. A whai o le atari o au, e wa aia. A whai o le tama oi, e le kea ia ia. E whape nau inga o Samoa le nei mai tau. Tau te wa aila mai tātou whanau, e me sea I whanau la iti, tu iau tawha o wala sabbarso. Wa leise ngā ruenga whalau e teke pio lana whata ua nei. It takes a village to raise a child. And mene whai tato. E mua ato e whana watua o ina sa maria ki. E le tu o ilau tāma. E te le fto sonu iai. Walu ese sa mua mai ona tūlanga. Ia o ia o te whai e tua I nao. Tau au leo te whaunino ma toi wha tu atu a tili pe o le tā ua le tai au nei. O le ngā ruenga e whai whatas. We work together to build our children. And our children's success starts from home. E amata mai le ainga I le awa o le matua o tua oi. E ei hui nei tua oi ka ke la pisi ai sa mani te piti. Ai se ai le whaieta tunga ruenga wha matua. Whaftai whai a onga. Nau nau toe whaalata la tātu no ngā whaftai. O lo tere lu tau whia ngai whai a onga. Au nau nau nei mea nau te whia tāua. O le aritula tau miti aso nei umatua matau tia. Ai a whai o te nia whai a onga. O le misana whai a onga man matua. A mia tele le nei a whia. Tau se fo nei fontanga man nei sama. Ina ia tātou Pa solo roi fa tino tato ngā luenga tau le whai. Anga le mai le tua, whamanui lo fisa wa onga, whamanui tato uma, ia whamanui foi le lau nei, ma lo wawa.
How about another round of applause for our panelists? Such an eye-opening viewpoint into some of their concerns and challenges that they are facing. But the conversation does not stop here on stage. We're just preempting the conversation that's going to happen in your groups. With that being said, thank you so much. Vatul whaftai mo whautuanga whasoa fo I nei tu la leaso. Ia whailo leo masui le suatu le suma whatonu ia mai whau. Whaftai eilo to whasoa nei tu la. I nei ngalo ia tea, o le vaenga tāua lava nei e whai ma e pēri tāua I te reo taiminga o nei tangata tāua. Leo whātāua ina fo I nei vai aso. E whia mori atu I alo whaanga, whamanuia fo I vai aso whautua. Can we give a big hand for our counselors? It is Counselors Week. So if you see a counselors up in the schools, please give them a lei, a hug, and a thank you. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, Dr. Crystal. So faço aí fora.
Te vatul whaktai tele lava I sui lautongia mo le tatou panel nei o le educator's perspective whaktai tele le whasoa mo le whaatala noa ina fo I le tatou tā upu. At this time, we're going to go back to our group discussions. Te tanga I for a little circle. The theme is group work is on a portrait of a graduate. The main concern or question here is what skills and competencies will a high school graduate need to meaningfully contribute to the future of American Samoa and the global community. Yes, if I'm facilitators, tato table to form a tato groups, and let's get our discussions going.
This is going to our last discussion. Please use the information that you received from the panelists and all of the presentation earlier today to paint a portrait of a graduate. What are the skills and the competencies that you feel a graduate should have that they may be able to succeed locally and globally? We have 15 groups. Now we to Luma, let's talk to Silhouette. Awa le tapeneino le tama ma le teine pau. Oa to mai anga waa. E mana unimi e alo ma tama ma le teine pau. Ia pea pau mai le aunga maulunga. Before you tap it in the tato presentation, it's what you do on tato screen. So sorry to run on tato group. You have about 30 minutes in your group, 30 minutes. Panata to stickies, over the post light, you do more tato silhouettes. appreciate all the sharing and all the skills and competency that have been posted on the silhouettes. We have about 15 minutes. Once you're done, you're going to share one skill that you feel is important for a graduate to have. After that, we will give Paul the floor to let you know what our next steps. Like Dr. Salu said, where do we go from here? And after that, we will hand the floor over to Deputy Director Monga for the department's final remarks. Ja, so 15 minute, ya uma ya tuaso le noa sa lo mai se suyo le tatu group. Pai lo mai se ana ba po se to mai na ba kasi e te tau ona ala ia le whanau le tamo ma te i whau. Ia ale whau mai le a o ma mau lunga. A o ma leo na tuatu mi o le avanoa le sunga i a whau. Mo se forfolanga o le tuwa te singa o le tātou tustu singa. Ia uma ona tuatu leo le avanoa le sunga i sui patonu. Mo sana forfolanga mulmuli. Ia ona mai leo le tātou pokolama le yasu. When I'm going to present, please leave your silhouettes and all of your comments on the table. We will collect that to compile our data. Please do not take the silhouettes once you present. We will collect them. If you need it, take a picture. It's easier to carry home. We have about 3 more minutes. Five, four, three, two, one, and that that's our time. Please, group, the mic is going to be passed around. For our group, please share one thing that you feel a graduate should have when you graduate from high school. And when you're done, please leave the silhouette and also the recording and all of the data. Somebody from our group will be coming by to collect that information. We will start with group number 1.
We are all directing our attention to group 1. They will be sharing a sentence or two about their group's conclusion of the graduate silhouette.
So everything in black connects to the heart. And what we wrote in the heart, God feared. Amautula patotoilia tua. E mafai o na conquer uma mea o le urangane. E monei upole Samoa. Awa ete famoi moino boto. Aya e famoi moile tua. O le na o maile boto ya te oe mao. O tato manu ia ai e le ia so. Isi poi mea. Av ma wa a whelo whatu tui lea tua. O na manu ia lea o lodu mamai. Whapea au oe whaia aua sa mowai hau le boto o le ia so. Ia o se atuanga le nā le nei ata, pa ia manu te leina tato aso, o na Yesu!
Half time. Hello, group 1.
Thank you. Group number 1. That's why you're named group number 1.
All right, bring it back here to group number 11, Team Green.
Okay, if you can hear me, 2 laps, 3, 7. All right, thank you so much. My name is Filiana. I am a 5th grade teacher at Awu Elementary School, and I am representing Group 11. So when my group was discussing skills for high school graduates to take with them, we really focused on life skills and trades that they're able to learn and that will sustain them throughout their adult life. Mind you, after high school, you are an adult. So things like leadership skills, effective communication, trade skills, as well as financial literacy, learning how to budget and learning different kind of skills like fishing, content creating, all of these avenues where our students can find success. And that's all we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Group number 2.
Group 2. So we came up with 9 skills or mindsets that we should have to know to graduate successful. And being resourceful, providing service, a positive mindset, responsible citizens, meeting the requirements for ASC graduation, and then problem solving, employable skills, identifying a career path, communication skills, and resilience. The one that I would mostly focus on since I'm graduating next year would probably be communication skills. Don't be afraid to ask questions when you're entering the real world. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Group number 2.
All right, group number 7.
Aloha everybody, I'm Berbernica, PTA president for Samoana High School, and graduating with so much honor and so many skills. Give it up for Simi foresee me. All right, and so one word to summarize everything that we have written on this graduate, a believer. 4 years of high school, 8 years, 9 years of elementary. This graduate believed that he or she succeeded everything that will be needed in his life and for his future. That is to be resilient, be respectful, be a critical thinker in college. I penele lava le tolo ai ma au mai lava le vai. Peo na ele tatu nga no. E alu lava I fia ai mana tua mai pea home. This is where it all started, and so we believe that all graduates of this year will be just like our wonderful graduate here, Papatai.
Right, and then we'll remind the group number 3.
Greetings and aloha. My name is Bo Bea Pao Pao. I'm a senior at MBTHS, and I am a representative of group number 3. Our group came up with multiple skills that a graduate must obtain, but as a future graduate myself, I narrowed it down to only 8 skills. These are the skills that I myself will be able to obtain in the next 5 years of my career. The first skill that I have is empower and also to inspire others. The second is critical thinker. I must be a critical thinker. I have to have a lot of open thoughts and be able to be mindful of what I say. The next skill I have is a faithful person. Always have your faith, believe in God. The next one is to be disciplined. As a Samoan, you must be disciplined. The next one I have is to set a career path, which I have already done. The next one I have is to be collaborative, to be able to collaborate with your peers, your parents, and others that are in your community. The next one, or the last one I have, is seek for more knowledge. Just because you're smart doesn't mean that you don't need more knowledge. Everybody in this world, including myself, has room for improvement. So we must also seek knowledge and seek more information about your careers as myself, which is in building construction. I'm good at it. I'm the best, if I say so myself, but I'm not perfect. I still need more improvement and more room to learn about what skills I need for my future. Thank you.
Moving along to group number 6.
My name is Sulato Iluto from Tafuna High School. I represent Group 6, and the skills that my group wishes for me to become when I graduate from high school, going to adult life. I would like to start off from our culture side with saying Oleala ile ule, ole tautuo. I would like to keep my culture alive, keep it with me wherever I go, keep my respect. Other skills can be a good communicator, have good communication skills, be a problem solver, critical thinker, teamwork, customer service skills, soft skills like courtesy and being polite. You have to be resilient, honest and truthful, be empathetic, compassionate, and with all these skills, you can become a leader. I like this one saying, be a leader and not a follower. And with all this combined, I'd like to end off, always keep God in your life and have Him first in your life. Thank you.
Now, Lord, yeah, we'll make the group number 4.
Musu mai lava su ngai pikian kasi FP foni ngai fa au mako group ya le ala na kasi al mako topic o piko i lunga le ngolo mako graduate o ana o le mako topic o piki mai out of thousands of topics that we wrote on our graduate is proud of heritage and identity. This is one of the billions things that here in American Samoa, the skills here in American Samoa, and especially Samoa and all over. Pese mele wa mo watu le tacho wangano upo le tacho fo imotu o le mita mitanga o alu whanau tu la lo bawa I le la tu fo I anga nuu ia pe o upula bala tu ele awa ia la puanta fai nga. Be proud of who you are and what culture you hold within your palm, because we are for example in Hawaii wa mo wa tu lato culture o fo I tu langa fo I fa malo wa mo wa tu fo I lato wa nuu ia me uma lo ia tu tono lato nuu. So this is one of the biggest skills here that we should take pride in and have value within is our culture. You promote Ialale, Isiva, or Sulatonga, Mome Fale Angadu, Mele Fafitai Aile Department Lea, or Levanga Arts and Council, Le Suma, Le Fatonu Ya Evan, or Lo Faia Pele Ngaluenga. Ole anga nuu ia ma showcase yo tatou mea fale anga nuu fa Samoa I sose tu lava I tu tono tatou fo I motu o tu tuila mamanua. So that is one of our skills that we are we have a lot of pride in, and that we know that we should still input within here I Kokongo Kako fo I machanga por fala putu putonga. Ia fa taila le sunga ya ana ufai ia masuya mato graduate for lau the popular table fa tai
Malo fa tai.
Thank you, popular table.
Starting group 15.
Greetings and talofa. I am Lillian Ve'e and I am from Manua High School. And graduating with the highest honors with 50+ scholarships, we have Miss Service. She is the first female to be drafted in the NFL. A few of the skills or values she has is she's respectful. She has effective communication skills, her leadership skills. She has amazing adaptation skills, and she is strong in faith. Thank you.
Yeah, but mai mole next NFL draft.
Group number 5.
Greetings and talofa. My name is Joey Tamaki from Union High School. This is Jerry. Say hi to Jerry, please. I'm gonna put 3 skills. So first skill to bring up is good listening. God gave us 2 ears and one. Yes. So use both your ears. Second, time management. It is very important to clock out, clock in every time. Skill is teamwork. Our motto is unity is our strength. Yes. Thank you.
Hello,
Next group here is group number 12.
Talofa! Oh, come on, guys. Talofa! Yeah, our graduate doesn't have a name, so whatever name you want to name our graduate, bring your ideas in. So our graduate, first and foremost, wants to give thanks to, our Father in heaven. We have strong faith. And since our graduate is graduating, you apply for FAFSA. Financial literacy. Spend, what money does the graduate have left to pay for his credits for college? Yeah, and graduating, you have the community support. It takes a village to raise a child or a kid. And then here we have a strong foundation, for example, your family, your ekalesia, your community, your village. But most importantly, the graduate needs to have critical thinking, knowing what's right from wrong, communication skills, because, we have a lot of students who want to voice their opinions, who have a lot of things to say, but they can't communicate that. They don't know how to speak to other people. They need to communicate well as problem solving and work ethic, because eventually every graduate is gonna gonna enter into the workforce. But then like what we talked about, there's other students, right? So we have creative and innovative, someone who is a change maker, being able to network, being involved, positive relationships, and, you know, most importantly, all us graduates, you know, mental health, you know, just enjoy and have fun. So that's what our graduates are doing right now. Thank you.
Off tight.
Number 10. Yeah, I'm not a student, but this is our graduate, and his name is Tino. He's not graduating with honors like the rest of our graduates here. Tino is actually the picture of most of our students who will not be graduating with honors. But some of the skills that we feel like our graduate should possess by the time they graduate is definitely one that's been shared. Communication skills, problem-solving skills. Someone in the back here said social media, technological skills. We definitely spoke about being respectful, and that can be a skill as well. We feel like being passionate and teachable, and that's our graduate, all of our graduates. Right?
Group number 8.
All right, how about a round of applause for our valedictorian, Miss Faifayana Laupapa. All right, a lot has been said. My name is Sina Talamoni. I have no relation to Mr. Talamoni. But here's our presentation. A lot has been said among the other groups, and we can say the same thing. We talked about how many years after graduation can really make the person grow, right? It can make the person become matured. We talked about some of them will return home, take care of the parents as caregivers, take care of maybe children. Some will become chiefs in families, and support the families as well. We've also talked about respect. Others, as they grow, they become more respectful. In high school, but now they have grown, become adults. We've also had one of our group that mentioned, not happy, unhappy. In reality, it's how you find out if I na. No, my little fan now na. But there is community. That's when parents come in again. That's when the community can come in, create opportunities. Yeah, and others will become successful lawyers, become successful teachers, or a successful engineer. We need all of those skills. Yeah, and that's all we have to present. Can we all sing? Langalewo graduate mako king.
Congratulations, Lau Papa.
Partai, ya le o mai le afi le ku numero 10
Ia, whaftai mula manoa. Tātonu nā o man wholosia umalawa tātou skills. E tusa le tātou skills. Ia, skills pia le critical thinkers, innovators, ia problem solvers. E kusa leia man matou tene wha uleo sunshine. Ia, o le skills umanai mo mia. Nei uma atu le wha au atu. Ia, ua ausia uma le sunshine, le skills ia. Ia, my skills na. Ia, ona I lolo la ia o malama fu mai lo sunshine ia no values. She knows values of life. Ia, o nai fa o ngai skills nga o mai high school. Ai lola o I mai lo to metiti wa values e ta wa. Fe me fa mo ia fa mo le au ia from those values find accomplished. Ia ole te fa o na sunshine fa ftai.
Thank you.
All right, moving along to group number 9.
Hello, aloha, bulaminaka, and tau palava. This is me, Rose. So these are our skills, mindset, and habits. So I'm just going to summarize them. So we have morals, ethics, and values, which are pretty much the same thing. Put God first and everything else will fall under. Next up is leadership skills, which covers most of what's on here. We have to have good communication skills, critical thinking, so when you come across a problem, you already know how to solve it. Also, collaboration and inclusivity. I know most of us would want to be independent, but in the real world, you have to count on somebody. And teamwork makes the dream work. Next up, Samoan language and Samoan culture. You have to be proficient in both. And determination, set a goal, and go get that goal. Positive self-esteem, take care of yourself. And with that being said, I just want to end it off by connecting it with the theme. Just want to repeat what some group member from that group said. So, and I have a good math student. So, with that being said, uptight lava.
Thank you. Ya, walu atuleafi. Ile kulu mera sepuluh maratolu. Ya, tatu kumul nei kum 13.
Group Munmuli nei puno mai toba la fai winata to maftana. Okay, this is group number 13. I'm Nancy Twingamala from Papayai Elementary School, and as you can see, the portrait of our graduate is full. It's because everything that you guys have on your boards, on your portraits are all here. Everything that you thought of and whatever you haven't thought of are all here. But we were told to pick one. So the one thing that we have picked is God-fearing. We want our graduate, after 5 years of graduating, that graduate is a God-fearing person. Does anybody remember the text the Faife'au gave us this morning? Fata autofia? Lua Faifea. Oh no, the later, okay, you're so smart. Now, for God-fearing graduate, or peona fai mai fa le just to sing pa ia. Mai ole matao le atua, ole amatanga le ole a, ole poto.
Fai mai foi la e fata o te lua lo fai pui ono. A wa tama tu sa mona ala, me la lo tu fai atu ai. A sa ona tato wa o ina whanau taimini. 5 years after they graduate, not only they have all these mindsets, skills, and knowledge, but they will remain as God-fearing people. Yep, tough time with that manure.
Thank you. Yeah, to pamulmafa mai lo pati o watu lang o tātou. Skills, competencies, and values o alo whanau. Portrait of a graduate. Yeah. Rewa lama whai ule tūlanga o tātou pokolama le yaso. Lea na mata mai lama le yaso o whaasoa tūlanga o tātou presentation. Tu mai le whanonga o DOC, le trend o ngā luenga, ia le ngata pualea le higher education i le vaenga le community college. Lea fwoi sa saunoa le sunga le fomai, le whaatonu fwoi i a salu. Tūlanga o tātou teira ia leo o umo na taratala noa tūlanga o ani to mai e mana o mia e alo whanau ai le whau atu ma le high school. O le Sirila, where do we go from here? That's a very good question. And I would like to introduce our grants manager, who's going to give us that answer of the next steps of where do we go from our summit. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Grants Manager, Ms. Paumangana Pangaawa.
So, what is the next step? The next step for ASDOE is clear. We will take everything shared here today, your insights, your data, your experiences, and return to the drawing board. ASDOE leadership, together with all stakeholders and partners, will use this current data to draft a comprehensive 5-year strategic plan for the Department of Education. Once that plan is in place, we will invite all of you back to a formal summit to lay out clearly and transparently how ASDOE will improve student learning and strengthen support for every school across our island. This is our moment. This is our chance to shape the future of education in American Samoa together. The Tawalunga is our students, the heart of everything we do. Every decision, every dollar, every late night conversation must serve to lift them, protect them, and secure their future. They are our greatest responsibility and our greatest hope. When this 5-year plan is complete, we will gather again for a full-week summit to present the strategic plan, complete with clear actions, measurable steps, and accountability. We will celebrate progress, address challenges honestly, and recommit ourselves to every child in every village, every school, and every home. To everyone here, and to everyone who has walked this journey with us, your prayers, your sweat, your belief, and your leadership matter. They are the heart and soul of this work. And now, I call on us all, government leaders, faith leaders, business partners, educators, families, and students, to unity and action.
Let us say it together, in heart and in hands. Ia whau le whale I pou e tele. Our student success depends on a community that stands together. Let us build boldly. Let us build together. Whaktai.
Ia, toi moni atu nga whaatai, e sunga ia whau, a wā fōi le whaapulaina, tūlanga la soai, a wā le tāpina ina o lo fisa wa aunga. Ia o nei teimi, ia tau le aba mat whaaloalo, tu atu ai nei au noa e tonu wai, se mtu pala o le nei aso, whai lawa ia masui o le whaatau sili, le awhionga fōi, ia tui whaasina, le sunga le sui whaatonu, ia dina maunga, ia a wā se whaatai mo le nei aso, mo le po kalama.
Whataitele lava malo o wanoa. O toi tūlaia tia amata reiterate in the mea talanoa mai ai le whionga le whaatonu ia mai whao Dr. Mary Tofte in taio o sola. O le fua, o le loko nei angengia a le mtanga ringa o a onga se toi whamatalatasi pe o na tulei sau noila whionga le whaatonu. Students, if you're not aware, le tawa lunga nei talanoa this section of the Moota Samoa, or a Faletele, that is you. The call, and the reminder to the community, Olato Uma representation of these posts. Ina ia tu malosi le Faletele Samoa, esa paya lo na tawalunga, esa paya all your successes. Ina ia iu mai o tau alum whanau, tu langan lei. O na moni la e leo le whaitau le atinu. O whanau e u le leia aonga, e fo I mai, e tausi a inga, nuu me kalesia. O le tato whaavae le nei, ma fola mai e le tusi, e ma whai o na whamtala ina o le tusi I mea taua o aonga. O le tusi foi o Samoa o whaavae I le atua, le whaamu mua le atua, pei o upo le atinu. O lona si o mia le tato fua nei I mamanu Samoa. E whaali ai le identity ma whamanatu I ala ma whanau o Samoa o outou lava o Samoa. O whia lava e tua lalangi to te anga ai ai ma manu Samoa nei e si o mia ai le tato moota e whaletele Samoa nei. Ia malona li o nei malona whaunu tala o le Department of Education, America Samoa. O le nā se mea ua connect up iai le tato manulauti nei aso ia whau le whale I pou e tele. Lea foi pe ona tulei sau noa le whionga le whaatonu. O le whausinga le moata Samoa e mafua mai le alanga upu le atinu e le o le whale a o le anga whale. E le o le mata ngofie o se whale le TOE. It is you, students. Your successes and what you make of yourselves in the future, in the hopes of the Atunuu nei Territorio America Samoa, e fo I mai, e whaatino le tautua. O wā o tū maanga nei o le Samoa. E moni e whai tau masani, e lele le toloa e maau I le vai, o le ala le pule o le tautua. O le nā se tau no atu, toi whamanatu I le tatou. Fua, o lo whapenao na tau aveina I le matanga rengo a onga. Ia manatu o sili ofele se unga o tau sifo I lunga, le whale o aso hua e tusai ma le ne aso, ma le wha moe moe. A e tau ia no o whapeasi, papa uia e o le pea se tau mawhainga, mo le manu lauti o le ne aso. Ina ne ianu alu lo sa a whaatia I peau la mawale o le ala, ono o to e tapa lea sa o to finangalo alofa, e ui maangalo e so whaatau waa, po se whaatau waa fo I le matanga luenga. Ai mana mia tele le nei aso, mo ona fuafuanga uma, so I fuala lei I a whionga I whaifi au ma whaletua, le a whionga foi o kovana ma le whainga malo, so I fuala lei foi a whionga I selitua, whaipule o itu malo le atunu, so I fuala lei foi a whionga whaatonu, mo ofisa seitasi, o whapena o na Tasu mai matalia le whaatala o la atu ntanga luenga ina ia tātou whawhau whaatasi le tātou aoina po tātou tā upu o alo whanau ina ia moa se lumana I manuia. Ai foi le DOE I le ofisa e toi whao wau le whainga le ngā ruenga le nei o le toi wha le leia o la tātou au nanga. Manu awe whale whina ngalo pe a whapea fwoi ua le te sai le tautamani I tau tō sila sila ma tātou whaalu longo ai o upu fwoi le atinu e pota lawa le tautai ai sela nā te yanga. E whala awatu lau sunga le toi ina ma whaala lawa sunga atiata o le tātou whamanianga muli whaatai.
How do I? Yes. I'm mindful of Dr. Allison Leyland. I want to thank you especially for coming all the way from the mainland just to help and assist the director and the Department of Education in ensuring that this summit will be able to hold and make it happen as we can witness today. Because I want to say something in Samoa. Thank you again, after Itele. Pamalofa after ne yaso. E se foi la ngono ne yaso e matango fio lau tu fa soa. E fai ia uma suio fe ngainga taulangi ma fai fe au. Masalo e tauna watu sa matu fa manuia e wilawa e leo I nei le fa tonu sili. Wa fio fo le ko wana. Ia o lea fio mai foi tamao le tunu inisio sento ma fai pule o fa tonu sili ma malu o le nei au fia matu te fa manuia tuai. Tasi ale mea o te mafau fau iei na ona toi fa manatu atu. O lo mata muli o te ngangu waku I le Samoa. I'm very shy today, trying to speak in English to you, my Samoan colleagues. It's like a slap in the face of my identity as a Samoan. And I was struggling today. O te mawhau lava o pei o ule awa I lo talanoa atu le ngana pālani ia te outou. Awa, o Samoa. Melea, alofangia le ngangana. Alofangia le ngangana Samoa. Tātou te talanoa le identity ma le cultural values. E le mwhaina tupu mel nei. Pe a whai le mua I ta pena le whale lea, ma tu iei le pou mule na. Le language. Tu iei le pou na mule. E wha mahalo si el tātou whale. Ina a ota maiti. E langona e lātou. No matter how fast you speak in English, the Palangi will still see you a Samoan. No matter how beautiful your grammar, the white men and women will still see you as a color. So why not enjoy and be thankful? Use your own language. Malau mea alofa mai le atua. Nea, whaftai tere le yaso, wha malo, ma watu le mātou wha manuia, whaftai ate o tau sa whea ngai mali. Tau mo whainga nei summit, ai le whainga o whi, na ona mātou o mai lava. O tau e ngafa marama mafa. O le tau mo whainga nei wha moe moe. La mātou o wha talitali mai. O la wha talitali mai le language le wai neo le data driven. Wa ma neia, but let me tell you something. You are the data. Numbers is just numbers. But when we talk about data, you, dad, and you, mom, myself, we are the data. We control the data. We make the data happen. La lava nei nu mela ma nei mea, o le bottom line, o ta ua lava, ia wha manuia le atua, ta apere nei fua manusina ma le nei mamalu. ia o ma le anga lelei ma le alofa o le atua taʻitaʻina outou manuia faiaʻoga faamagalo mai se leo o ani mea o lenei aso ia faapaʻū ama faagata lenei fale a o matou agaga atoa o outou ia faamanuia e le atua outou fai valofilima o lou tou feaga i tonu o potuaʻoga ma tonu o ofisa faafetai le atua ua iʻu i le manuia lenei faamoemoe sa lafo atu i lauafio sa tapenaina i le faatonusili ma i latou sa ave i ai le mamafa o le feʻau ua matou mo limauina lenei aso le faamaoni o lou alofa ua e faataunuuina mea uma i lou aga lelei ae matou te leʻi tuʻua lenei nofoaga ia e aga lelei a taape le mamalu ma ave lau faamanuia ave i ofisa ave i o latou maota ave i nofoaga o galulue ma tautua ai faamanuia i faiaʻoga ma i latou o loo tauaveina le mamafa o lenei tiu te tāua o le matou olega mulimuli faamanuia i fanau o tutuila ma manua ma Samoa o le lumanaʻi lea matou te naunau ia manuia matou fanau matou tatalo mo i latou a o amataina lenei foʻi kuata faaleaʻoaʻoga o le tausaga fou fea potuaʻoga faleaʻoga fea le nuu o aʻoaʻoga ai ia tausia ma leoleoina i latou ma faapopotoina i latou ia faamagalo mai leaga o lenei aso ua foʻi ni lafoga ma ni upu ma ni tala o mafaufauga i lē tautamāliʻi ia alofa le atua aʻoaʻo mai i matou ua matou tatalo ia e ala lava ia te oe keriso o lo matou alii faaola o lo matou faiaʻoga silisili o lou suafa ua matou tatalo atu ai amen.
Ia, e tatoro le ngana i le tūpapoina poi le tātou mautanga, whai e lau leo vai vai, ponga le sunga le whatonu, e moto i atuai le anganga whaatai, sunga le vai whiautoina, ia lea poi o tāpena ina le sunga le whatonu, ma le manu lo fisa o aonga,